According to the agreement, the idealist and I represent the two factions of La Sociedad. In light of his possible assassination, the Congress will now be chaired by me.
You are a prisoner of Comala. And a guest of Manus Vindictae.
Gracias por leerlo, mis queridos amigos. No estar sola nunca más.
What is up, guys? It's Cheko here, and today we're going to be continuing Reverse 1999 2.6 on the last episode, which was a long time ago. I honestly don't remember. All I know is we met some people. They're kind of a little unhinged, but we're going to see more about that later on. Yeah, honestly, without further ado, let's get into it. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe for more Reverse 1999 content. Alright, guys, it's been kind of a minute since I last played. You know, all I know is we met the art sculpture guy. We're also seeing what's going on with Erd behind the scenes. That kind of stuff. So we're honestly almost halfway. So I think we're making pretty good headway. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
This is a serious violation of the rules. I'll have to report this to the physician, and all of your treatments will need to be reassessed.
Dang, she said y'all lost it for real. Back to the physician.
Until a new treatment plan is in place, all members of La Sociedad are confined to their cells without any of their usual privileges.
Oh, y'all, what did they do again? I really don't remember. Like, I don't remember. They were just a little off their rocker, but I don't think that's like no privileges. The jailer heavily emphasizes La Sociedad, triggering a commotion among the prisoners.
This is not what we agreed to.
What did we agree to? Oh, he did something. Was it him that kind of...
You gave us your word! Affairs within La Sociedad were not to be disturbed!
Well, it's changed.
Please, don't do this.
What is it? So...
Please, he doesn't deserve this. No one does. We don't want to lose our friend.
Oh, okay. They're talking about their friend. Okay. Got it. The previous convulsing prisoner struggles to his feet.
Please, Senora. I swear it won't happen again.
Aww.
I'll take the medicine on time as instructed.
Like, literally, it's not even like he really, like... That's not fair. I don't even think he's, like, crazy. Like, he just doesn't know how to control his skill. Which I would think is kind of a privilege. Because I feel like there's a lot... Hearing is, like... I feel like there's a lot of arcanists who don't know how to control their arcane ability, so... I don't know, I feel like this is unfair.
I promise I won't hurt anyone.
Like...
I'm sorry, Mr.
Why did he
Hall,
go to prison? What did
but
he do?
rules are rules.
What did he do, though?
Before you take this poor man from his friends, may I ask
He
you
scares
something?
me. Like... He's, like...
Do you know where these inmates go after
Also,
they see
I
the physician?
know this whole jail smells like feet. Like, let's be real. Do they change... You think they change out this water at all? Probably not.
My duty is to keep order here. What happens beyond these walls is not my concern. Perhaps they've recovered from the physician's treatment and were returned to society.
Oh, is he about to drop some knowledge on us? About to drop some tea? The jailer's expression relaxes.
Within these walls, the only truth we know is this. No one returns from the clinic of the physician of Comala.
Really? What's he doing up there? I know exactly who they're talking about, too. Isn't that Alfie? Alfonso?
Are you certain this treatment they received is really a cure?
Heck no. I mean, what are we defining as a cure?
Pablo is harmless. He's just a writer who has a talent for finding words in poems. That's all.
Right, like, how about instead of just like containing them and controlling them, we try and teach them how to use their skill or whatever?
Please, let him stay. We'll look after him. He can have our share of the medicine. We'll keep him in check.
What did she do? I feel like to me, she's the scariest. Why? She looks the most mentally stable. You know, and I don't think that's what she is.
But this doesn't conform to our regulations.
Girl, what is our regulations? I don't know. Do you know what he's doing?
Still as arrogant as ever,
Oh.
idealist.
Okay, clock it.
One day, you'll get us all killed.
A stranger enters the exhibition hall. As she arrives, the jailer exhales with relief.
Oh, it's you. I'm glad to see you here.
What? Is she your right-hand inmate?
Who is that?
Right.
That's Octavia, one of our model inmates.
Oh.
She's been a great help in the past.
Let me just say, I already knew that. I already knew that. She's just one of the best, like, right-hand inmate.
If you're interested in prison literature, I'd suggest talking to her instead of the idealist.
Low key, I see that.
So, she's a writer too. Who would have thought? This place has
Oh.
got writers coming out of the woodwork.
Girl, I forgot you were here.
I thought it would be easy to
so
find
long.
my writer friend in a prison. But what are the odds that I'd break into a place absolutely lousy with them?
She used to be in their
The way
gatherings
she wants to
until
mesh
she got
herself with
tired of
these
their
people
nonsense
still
and
is
started
insane.
her own faction.
They're writers, but they're a little unhinged. Let's be real. The new arrival brings out a change in the idealist. He clicks his tongue impredictably.
What are you doing here, Octavia?
What?
Haven't you heard? The era of chieftains, ghosts, and plantation stories is over.
Plantation
Visceral realism
stories.
is the
What
future.
kind of plantation stories are you telling, Octavia? What the?
And has this brilliant visceral realism helped you finish any of these poems?
Oh, the girls are fighting.
What a waste of time. I'm not interested in your movement or arguing with you. I just walked by and happened to witness another episode of your brutal arrogance.
Oh, clock it.
And I'm not about to just stand aside and watch you repeat your mistakes.
What do?
I'm taking Pablo to the physician. Care to lend a hand, Miss Jailer?
Oh, I know they don't like her. She gives like teacher's pet. She gives like snitch. But like, I'm not. Lingua, I don't mean like you. I mean like, she's like. You guys know what I mean. Like, the arrogance is
We agreed to
radiating
mind
off
our
of
own
her.
business. Are you breaking our agreement?
Bro, she don't care about no agreement. She cares about being first in the lunch line.
No one will be allowed to erase a word from our poems.
Bro, I don't know what you get for being. I don't know the perks. First in the lunch line. I don't. Wait, what perk do you get? Okay, I need to watch her. Extreme talent.
That weren't even as tough as waking up an old factory man.
Thank you, Flutter Page. I really appreciate that. Anyway, y'all need to sit down.
Stand down, both of you.
Their heated debate continues without any concern for the jailer's warning. When was the last time I heard this song? Was this all the way back with Isolde? Wow. Oh, how time flies.
You've never listened. I pity your followers. To be led by such a reckless megalomaniac. Do you even think about the consequences of your actions? We fought hard to earn the freedom to discuss literature under their watch. Your impulsive ego
right.
threatens to destroy everything we've
I'm
built
not gonna
here.
lie, I agree with her. Y'all's freedom is a privilege right now. It's not. I don't know what they did, but if it like their freedom right now is a privilege, and that can be taken away if y'all decide to act crazy.
Spare me the lecture,
Oh.
Octavia.
She right though.
We don't need permission to do as we please.
Yes, the frickety frick you do. Where do you think you are? Freaking in the local mall? What the heck?
You're just another puppet of power,
Oh,
kneeling to
brother.
the eyes behind those glass walls.
Oh, Okay, bro.
They've trained you to believe it was your own decision, to be good and conform. Who could have done a better job?
I don't even know how to respond.
When I look at you, all I see is a sheep, docile and obedient, just the way the tower wants.
The rules are made to be
What
broken.
kind of
all
work
speech
could someone like
right
you
now.
create?
Rules
Literature
are made
isn't
to be
defended by
broken.
those lounging in cozy rooms, scribbling to soothing music.
The freaking what? This is like I can't tell if that's his nose and he had a nosebleed and he just wiped it. He didn't even clean it. Oh.
Have you
Just
looked
telling
in a
you, the
mirror,
smell of this
idealist?
place is probably unique.
You've become a pathetic windmill-tilting fool. A monster tearing down everything around you.
Oh, clock it.
A beast of prey, you mean?
Why are they?
Naturally, a sheep would be appalled
They're really
by the mere thought
metaphoring
of
their
such a
way through
creature.
this right now. All right.
A fearful sheep caught in a vine, confusing the blade that would set it free with the jaws of a lion.
All right. Whatever that means.
Such a master of metaphor.
I
But I
said the same
beg you,
thing.
learn to distinguish right from wrong, fantasy from reality. Only then can you truly lead our people toward what's right.
Distinguish right from wrong. Don't make me laugh. Is
Distinguish
that the limit of your vision?
people from what? The way they talk about these people like some kind of cult.
You,
Y'all are just
you,
prisoners. Ooh, girl, keep your composure. Don't let him get to you. Him and those rags, he probably hasn't changed for years. The impassioned leader jumps onto a nearby bench, striking a dramatic pose before the crowd. When was the last time I heard this song? Wasn't this all the way back? Rayashiki? Who he think? He really think he Vila right now.
Compañeros, friends, listen to me.
You think he's giving Vila?
There is no truer home
Nobody
to
can give
literature
Vila,
than a
okay?
prison.
Oh. That didn't happen to Vila. Blast is deafening sound and all the words fall from the air. Uh-huh. Oh. I mean, it blends in with your outfit. Oh. The ominous shade of crimson seeps out.
no, no!
What is it? Who did it? You think it was, what's his name? I think so too. Horrified Arcanists stumble back, screaming.
Who did this? Hands behind your head and drop to your knees. All of you, now!
Everyone, get down.
This is your last warning.
Alright, someone has a weapon in here. I'll get down. The prisoner shows no reaction to the jailer's final ultimatum. They stare at the idealist, unmoving.
Idealist, you're bleeding. It's in your chest.
I think he could see that. As his life drains away, the idealist appears unsurprised. He simply turns his gaze towards
You
Recoleta.
must.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Idealist?
Unfinished words dissolve into silence as the prisoner itself begins to tremble. Of the prison, the entire exhibition hall twists and contorts, its surroundings warp beyond comprehension as if dissolving and expanding freely.
What's going on?
What the hecky? The hall is still. Time freezes in place until someone utters the first words.
Was he shot? Where did the bleed come from? Miss Jailer and you ladies over there.
Oh, she's
come give me a
freaking
hand.
out.
We need to get into the physician.
She's panicking. I mean, who wouldn't? Her words ignite the first spark.
Did you do this, Octavia? You couldn't face the burning truth of his words,
Bro,
so
she
you
was right
pierced his
there.
very heart instead. Just as it was blazing with the fire of justice.
She was right there. I have my
Or
eyes
was
on
it
her.
you, Jailer? Did you intend to crush the voice of poetry beneath your wheel of
If
power?
the jailer did it, it would have been justified. It's kind of her job, you know.
It has to be one of you
But she's
devils
telling y'all
in
to get
disguise,
down.
beasts in human skin.
Okay, well, can you get down, please?
Can't you see? I had nothing to do with this.
Right.
I'm as innocent as any of you. I've been trying to keep order here.
She was right
to
next to
protect
him, too.
everyone. And now you blame me?
Right.
Don't listen to her! The idealist made it very clear! She's trying to get us punished for her own gain!
What the freak?
You're a murderer, Octavia!
She been doing that. Y'all chill. Yo, I don't know what you all are in here for, but some of y'all probably are as well. So let's not judge. Okay, we listen, but we don't judge. The prisoner's fury erupts. Oh! In the chaos, so Neto blocks an arcane skill that pierces the air. Oh.
This is mad.
So Neto's reaction time is kind of insane.
Proof.
I don't
it
think
wasn't
we talk
me.
about that enough. So Neto's reaction time is kind of crazy.
This is getting out of hand. I suggest you ladies leave now.
I'm not gonna lie, jailer. I'm not gonna lie to you. Why are you just like so chill and not doing anything? They're going crazy.
No, wait. It all happened too fast. What happened to the idealist? Is he alright?
Nicoletta, girl, we'll ask that later. Questions later.
I didn't even get a
Moving
chance
now.
to ask about Aleph.
Alf. So I add the Alfie. I'll still call him Alfie. As the tides of people surge around them, the line between life and death blurs beyond recognition. Girl, you might not even get the chance to see him. Let's get the frick out of here.
Timekeeper, Miss Recoleta, let's get out of here.
Right. Visit another day. Burton's ID doesn't expire. The violent conflict rages on, and everything else becomes meaningless. The illusion of time dissolves, its flow unknown. Under the garden's influence, the frenzy of prisoners begins to resemble an unreadable, chaotic epic. At this moment, an unidentified figure enters the midst, though no one takes notice. The newcomer scrutinizes the motionless corpse.
His vitals are gone. At last, some peace and quiet.
Okay.
Well, for a liar and a thief like him, there's hardly a better end than this.
What do you do? Still don't know. Oh! He reaches into Idealist's coat pocket and pulls out a die. That is madness coded right there. It is an artifact marked by the patterns veiled in smoke, an object seemingly not meant to exist in this world. A 20-sided die, known only through an omniscient perspective. And now it is stained in an utterly corrupted blackness.
Just as I thought. You had it all along.
Ooh, is that yours, sir? Why is it leaking? What the hecky? Oh. Okay, that felt really short. Dang, I was locked in. Alright. Alright, okay. Alright. Are we going back to Erd? Or Doras? Up to this point, I participated firsthand in several sessions of La Sociedad de Poetas de la América. Y'all. Coordinate. Need some acronyms up in here. Those literary experiments treated language as an advanced game, weaving reality and fiction into an invisible web, ensnaring everyone present into a maze of words. Never before had I been so intimate with literature, or thought about it so deeply. I was amazed by how words could so vividly express both playfulness and values. Until that ordinary afternoon, when a poet named Orlando was reciting his new piece that with refined rhythm, Miss Octavia was discussing the state of Sao Paulo with me. No one noticed anything unusual about Mr. Julio's condition. Alright. Just like he wrote in the Tin Soldiers of Sao Paulo. The greatness of Latin America lies in its richness, and from the richness comes misfortune, gone by insatiable greed. One man's poverty is another's feast. Suffering nourishes joy. They are like riverbanks, clearly divided. This duality is a paradox. Isn't it precisely the kind of question we should be posing through literature? The thud of a bone against a hard surface erupts Interrupts her. Julio is banging his head against the wall. Not again, Julio. Not enough, not enough, not like this. You can't gasp. Space and time. Grasp. I'm still missing some essential language frameworks and thought patterns. With our current language system, I cannot catch the glimpse of time. I can only let it slip away from the tip of my pen. Mr. Julio, what's wrong with you? Unlike the panicked Octavia, the other inmates around Julio seem unfazed. Oh, that wall is unscalable, Julio. I told you already. I can lend you some of my bandages from last week if you need them. For a permanently silent object, any form of narration is futile. In the end, you're just wrestling with your own shadow.
What are you all standing around for? Can't you see Julio's hurting himself?
Maybe it's just another day. Octavia is clearly flustered. Doris knows she must first eliminate any outside interferences that might obstruct her ability to help. Octavia, please calm down. Tell me, what do you see?
It's Mr. Julio. He's hurt. Bleeding.
He tried to break through the mirror of language with his head, but it was actually a wall. By now, Doris has learned how to filter out the surreal embellishments typical of La Sociedad members in order to correctly assess the situation. Mirror or wall, it doesn't matter. Please take a closer look and describe what you see, clearly and without embellishment. What is Mr. Julio's condition? His muscles are spasming uncontrollably, as if jolted by a cold electric current. His face is tightening, twisting, like he's struggling against a silent force. His fingers are curling into unnatural shapes. His expression keeps changing. First pain, then panic, and finally blankness.
Sounds like he's having an epileptic seizure. Perhaps I could offer some help.
Oh yeah, I forget. She's a doctor. Guided by the sound of Julio's whimpers, Doris approaches. His head is bloodied.
Please, Miss Octavia, help me so I can help him.
Could you lay him down flat on his side? We have to stop him from hurting himself. I can use my arcane skill. Flashing lights could worsen an epileptic seizure. Does your arcane skill emit intense light? If so, I must ask you refrain from using it. Octavia hurriedly retracts her incantation. She presses down on Julio's shoulder and lowers him onto the cold, hard floor. The doctor kneels quickly and gently turns the man onto his side, preventing him from injuring himself any further. As time passed, Mr. Julio's convulsions began to subside, but his body remained stiff, his jaw clenched tight. I took a disposable bite pad from the first aid kit and carefully placed it in his mouth, keeping him from biting himself. Eventually, the situation came under control, and Mr. Julio's breathing stabilized. And there everyone went, straight back to gathering as if it were only a minor inconvenience. Dang. Thank you for your help, Miss Erd. The doctor responded with a silent smile.
You seem experienced. Was it a major part of your responsibilities in Sao Paulo?
Yes, saving others is my profession. Writing is my hobby. In my home, I am first and foremost a doctor. Miss Erd, you have my utmost admiration. As a doctor, as a writer, and even more as a person beyond any social categorization. You, a doctor who actually lived in the favelas, pointed the barrel at yourself before wielding your words as a weapon. Compared to you, I've achieved nothing but substance. All I can do is wave ideals around, as if that's enough. Miss Octavia, I am simply a writer who follows her curiosity. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to provide you any concrete advice, nor am I as great as you say.
You're well prepared for your vision and ambition, for modesty is such an essential part of writing, and you've just demonstrated a skillful use of introspection.
Thank you for your kind words.
Good thing she said that. I was not going to say half of those words. But I'd like to return to my room and think for a while. See you tomorrow. I'm glad she read that. I don't even know how to pronounce half the words she be saying. These writers. Oh, we in the cell now. That bed has no mattress. Well, it does, but that thing is y'all's backs. Oh my gosh. The idealist pursues his ideal to erect a magnificent vision atop the tower of literature. But for those outside the tower, what's good is that magnificent? What good is that magnificence? Here I am, locked away in a prison. My words go no further than these walls. I even only have my life because of my wretched father. Oh, what happened?
It was foolish to think that ideas alone could ease people's pain.
Maybe we're no different from the heretics who were burned at the stake in the Middle Ages. Perhaps only professionals like Miss Erd, doctors with real expertise, can truly save a person. Wait, but this prison does have a doctor meant to handle every kind of issue, whose specialty is precisely in the mental field. But he's not just a doctor, he's the overseer of this prison. I once asked the idealist why the person in charge here wasn't a regular jailer or police chief, but a physician. As expected, he brushed me off with some grandiose, idealistic rhetoric. But why has the idealist always seemed so opposed to the physician?
Why?
Why can't patients like Mr. Julio, who are clearly suffering, be sent to him?
Puzzles on top of puzzles. Questions after
Interesting.
questions.
Yeah,
My
no.
head.
She is asking the questions that matter. Her sigh echoes through the circular building, and it's soon answered by a chorus of girls' sighs, of other sighs.
I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, like she has to witness these horrors just because y'all don't want to send him to the physician? Heck nah. Miss Octavia turned and walked away. Though she looked disheartened, I could still see the power of the unwavering force that drove her forward. What would that force be for me? Looking back, I too began to reflect on myself, to contemplate fate, that grand and irreversible force. Dang. Let's go. She asked important questions. I'm like, dang, actually, I never even thought of that for real. I should've.
Ladies, I must apologize for what happened back there. We were caught off guard. There has never been a commotion of that scale before.
Yeah.
I must report this to the physician.
Wasn't he right there?
Don't worry, Miss Jailer. We made it out in one piece.
Thank you for your understanding. Ordinarily, I would arrange to escort you to a safer location, but I'm afraid at this hour you'll have missed the last train.
Oh.
And the roads are icy at night.
Hearing this, Recoleta exchanged a quick but meaningful expression with her companions. You're not saying we're gonna spend the night here.
Psst. Vernon, we can't leave like this. We appreciate your kind consideration, Miss Jailer, but we still have some unfinished business here.
That is true. I forgot about our unfinished business that we do have here.
I see. I'll arrange a clean room in a safer section for you. We'll do our best to ensure your safety tonight.
We are gonna have the worst sleep. You go from the big foundation, queen size, plus mattress, like plush mattresses, to this jail that has paper, cardboard thin things that it's criminal to call a mattress. I might as well be sleeping straight on the metal. Oh, my back. I can't even sleep on my side. That's my favorite position. I'm sleeping on my back tonight. Fam, let's go. Night falls as the girls huddle together, scrutinizing their unfamiliar surroundings. And it smells like feet. It smells like feet.
They actually found us a spare room.
Bleak, quiet, and somber. It's a cell like all the others.
The way when I said feet, my mouth made a fart sound. It's kind of funny.
Don't worry.
Anyway.
This isn't the first time we've ended up on the wrong side of the bars.
True that. Well, mostly Soneto, kind of. No, Soneto, right? It was Soneto, and then
At least this time we're just here for the night, not a full sentence.
right. Soneto lets out a whisper, then protests.
Though this cell is quite different from the
Oh,
ones
the
we've been in
memoirs.
before.
Is worse? Like what?
Not just the cell. The whole prison is unlike anything I've seen.
Right. The prisoners are unlike anything I've seen.
And the society they've been running here isn't some mere pastime. They're having real discussions about meaningful topics, even though the
she's
rest of the world
geeking.
has been cut off from them.
Oh, that.
But we're still in an Arcanist prison. A place where conflicts and violence can erupt at any moment. Let's not forget that.
Right.
Miss Jailer warned us from the start. These prisoners are mentally unstable and potentially dangerous.
Potentially?
Miss Recoleta, with all due respect, we can't afford to see this place through rose-colored glasses.
Right.
We'd
She's
be overlooking the
glamorizing
risks,
this
as we
prison.
did earlier.
I'm like, thank you for clocking it, Soneto. I'm like, Recoleta girl. After everything you just seen, you're still gonna act like this place is the most wholesome, cute little writing group ever.
And with all due respect,
They're
Soneto, we
extremists
didn't
to an
overlook any
extent.
danger. At least I didn't. A writer must be observant if she is to accurately reflect the world in her writing.
I'm not gonna lie, Recoleta. I don't even know if you're able to detect danger. Like, do you? Well, she can, but girl tries to break into a prison multiple times. Let's not forget that.
But you...
Right.
We came here with different goals. And still, none of them have been accomplished.
Like, we're gonna...
I suggest we focus on our respective missions, instead of fighting with one another.
Okay.
Apologies, Timekeeper.
Something.
Miss Recoleta,
I'm just saying,
I take
girl.
back everything I said.
No, Soneto. Her expectations is to... She just wants to meet her pen pal, but she's acting like she's in the freaking Hilton. No.
Don't apologize, Soneto. I'm at fault
We're in
too.
a prison.
Sometimes I forget that words can be as sharp as swords. You were only thinking about our safety. I shouldn't have been so rude.
Right.
I actually really admire how you fought back there. If you'd allow me, I'd like to write a poem for you, once my novel's finished.
Alright. Yeah. Soneta's kinda... She's taken, okay? She's with Burton. Back off.
That's terribly kind of you. But honestly, I think we've had enough poetry today
That's
to
right,
last a
Burton.
lifetime.
Shut her down. She can't steal your girl.
Let me know if you change your mind. By the way, did either of you see what happened to the idealist?
Recalling their recent conflict, the indomitable girl finally hesitates.
The jailer told me she went back to the gallery once everything calmed down. She found nothing. No blood, no shell cases, not even a trace of the idealist.
Timekeeper, now's really not the time for
What the
ghost stories.
hecky? Soneto,
Do
you
you
know
mean
what
that
world
maybe the
we live
idealist
in.
somehow managed to get out of there on his own?
But we saw the... Wasn't that the... Alf? Is he not the physician? He might have came to finish the job.
Or perhaps
As in,
someone
like,
else helped him.
Isn't he the doctor? Yeah, that's the idea I'm going towards.
Well, according to the idealist and our jailer, any inmates who are unwell will be taken to the physician.
Exactly.
It's possible someone brought him there, while everyone else was shouting and running about.
Then again, I do understand that they probably don't know even who that guy is, and they probably don't know he's the physician, but...
You're right. It could be that he's with the physician right now. I'm relieved. That was a sudden plot twist, but a visionary of his magnitude doesn't deserve to die in silence like that.
Yeah. A visionary of his magnitude. So I call him.
To be fair, the gunshot was quite loud, as was the ensuing commotion.
True.
Nonetheless, he couldn't have just died like that.
I don't think so.
I mean, the readers would riot if a writer were to kill off a character so abruptly. But you believe he's still alive too, am I right?
Yeah. She knows her words are merely a cover. She needs an answer, a real, undeniable answer.
There's nothing that we can be certain of for now. But on a brighter note, we didn't come back empty-handed from our mission either, Sonetto.
The dice, right?
We found Dr. Dorez's signature in the gallery.
Never mind.
You were right all along,
The
Recollector.
signature.
She was here.
But we didn't see her at the gathering. Could something have happened to her? Like with the idealist?
Do you think she was also sent to the physician and never made it back?
This is all just speculation. If we want to find the idealist, or Dr. Dorez, we need to speak to this physician first.
Honestly, yeah.
Miss Recollector, do you believe that the idealist could be your pen pal, Aleph?
Aleph.
Whether he is or not, he's still my best lead.
That name touches a nerve once again.
Amigas, I've had this strange feeling in my gut since we got here. Something is slowing us down. Now, to figure out what it is...
A silent fear grips her, like ripples suddenly appearing on a once still lake, unsettling in its quiet disturbance.
Look, it's a wild guess, but just wait till I finish. It feels like everything happening in this prison is somehow connected to my novel, El auge y la caída de la cordura.
We're no strangers to wild guesses, and sometimes they're closer to the truth than you'd think.
Hey, I mean,
So
she
there's-
right. She right. Nothing is predictable here.
The rise and fall of sanity.
Sorry. What exactly is your story about?
The questions scatter the midnight gloom. Outside, moonlight spills over gray and white snow.
Huh. Nunca pensé que te interesaría.
I never thought you'd be interested.
It starts... Sorry, it's been a while since I told it from the beginning. A few years ago, I worked as a forest ranger. It happened in a desert town called Amalfitano, in Sonora, back in 1975.
This song is so fire. Two patient listeners watch the stammering girl, waiting for the next part of her story.
You know what? Most people say the beginning's a bit hard to get into, except for Aleph.
Oh.
I'm thinking of rewriting it. But if you like the sound of it so far, maybe I could read you the latest part I just finished?
She studies her reader's expression, guessing madly at their response.
Please.
I feel like Merton's expression is unreadable. Story time!
Todo empezó con los datos de frecuencia de las
I'll
cintas.
start with a frequency data from the tapes.
El patrón general
The
parecía
general
haber
patterns
cambiado.
seem to have changed.
Al
At
principio,
first,
la investigadora de
the
paracausalidad
paracausality
lo
researcher
atribuyó a
chalks
un
it up
error
to a statistical
estadístico.
error.
Un
A
fallo,
glitch,
tal vez.
perhaps.
Oh, sorry. But after a few days and long nights of meticulous calculations,
So, ooh, I know you guys.
that explanation
Now I
only
know what I'm
became less
saying.
and less plausible. The odds of
The
success
fact
and
that no
failure
one
kept
said
shifting,
anything and we're just listening
and the chance
anyway.
of repeating
They're
the
like,
previous result kept growing.
Yep.
It was as if someone had tampered with the rules and tweaked it to their liking. She took her findings to Amalfitano, the town of nothing, as they called it then. Near the old looms, she met a blind weaver who spoke softly of an old tale. I heard a strange rustling at dawn. like a die rolling along a wooden floor. Then the morning light dimmed and died. That was the last time I saw the sun. My own hands were the threads I worked with. The second time I heard the die roll, I was told the oxen in the field sank to their knees and never stood again.
Is in your story?
By the third roll, the fields were crawling with frogs. Plows ran over them, and some still writhed, squeezing themselves deeper into the cracks in the earth. The fourth time the die rolled, 10 dormice plunged into the sea in a strange sleepwalk, and 10 bears feasted for the last time before winter arrived.
Girl, you're gonna have to spell it out to me. I don't.
The final roll of the die was cast in a cage during a duel. Before a crowd of eager eyes, the winner left with 10 pounds of gold, and the loser left with 10 flies, which fell on him to feast.
Oh, wow. That's such a fun story you wrote there. Yeah. The quiet spreads throughout their cell like a rolling tide.
Is that all?
It's like, is that all? Crazy?
Seems like it.
If this is how they reacted to my clenching, my booty clenching tail, I would freaking crash out. I mean, that's all.
There's more, but I haven't quite figured those parts out yet.
And their reaction is, oh, is that it?
Any thoughts? Anything. I can take it. Please, I really need some feedback.
Girl.
I wonder if the protagonist ever finds this die of Babylon in the end.
Oh, Verton, it isn't a real die, it's just a metaphor.
Oh.
Oh, I see. I must have missed that. Sorry. Still, it's a beautiful story. Sad, but beautiful.
Bro, never mind. In the Claire we all fam, we didn't get that. She said, oh yeah, no, I think I must have missed that part. Yeah, it's a good story.
The story is still too obscure, isn't it?
Yep.
Aleph warned me about this. In our last correspondence, he suggested adding the Blind Weaver to shed light on the hidden theme.
If that's where it starts, then yeah.
It helped at first,
or
but
if that's what
even
she
with
wrote.
a sage advice, no matter how hard I tried, the plot just didn't seem to move forward. Feel stuck in that village with them, lost, dazed, isolated inside their small, disconnected moments. Something crucial is missing, leaving gaps between the characters and the scenes. Should I change the storyteller's perspective? Start a different angle? Or maybe rewrite the characters completely? What should I do?
Before the writer sinks into the swirling vortex of self-doubt, someone decides to push for something tangible.
Apologies, but you said your story somehow connects to what's happening here in the Panopticon.
Right, let's come back on track.
What makes you think that?
Thanks, Sonoko.
It's a strange feeling. Like,
she's a real
everything here belongs to a dream I once had. Only, I can't remember it.
Do you mean that you have a sense of déjà vu? It's nothing to worry about. Our psychiatrist friend Kakanya told me those moments are often the result of a dysfunctional connection between two parts of the brain.
Oh.
Like a little glitch in our heads.
Hey, Kakanya mentioned. I like how they call her a psychiatrist, even though she's a black market psychiatrist. That's right. She's official in our hearts.
It's nothing like deja vu.
Not the Kakanya mention. Okay, alright. I want them to include more other characters. It's fun. The storyteller snaps back politely, agitated.
Deja vu is a single moment, a specific situation. But here it's everything. La Sociedad, the rules, the idealist, even the incidents in the gallery. Each one unfolds in a similar pattern, like the grooves on a record, telling a story I feel I've listened to before. Amalfitano en Comala. They're two sides of that same record, playing out the same tune. Whatever happens in my story seems to be happening here too.
That's weird. That's strange.
I had that feeling when I met you as well, Miss Verton.
That's extra weird and extra strange.
At first I thought it was only an interesting coincidence. You're much like the first character in my story. A traveler with a suitcase.
That's exactly Verton. The girl rambles on, desperately relating to her characters.
But then I realized, the doctor, your Dores, she's like the blind weaver who lost her sight to the dye despite having always been faithful to it. And the jailer, she's the bank clerk who assisted the corporation in taking over the town in order to escape her past. And the idealist, he's the murdered donkey driver, and the dye of Babylon. Mis queridos amigos ficticios. ¿Qué rayos les está pasando?
My dear fictional friends, what on earth is happening to you?
Wait. Are you saying that everyone we've met here matches a character from your story?
Yes,
Like, that sounds unbelievable.
Oh, okay, that might be too far out of the realms of...
Maybe you're onto something.
Oh, never mind.
You see the world through a different lens that none of us share.
Not just the characters. The events here are mirroring my story too.
Does it have anything to do with a certain arcane ability?
Aleph. He's the only one who truly understood my story. If things are playing out just like my novel, then...
Maybe he's involved?
Maybe Aleph is in fact still here.
Are you suggesting that someone is controlling the Panopticon in order to make it follow the same plot as your story? That they've set the rules, started the poetry group, planned the attack on the Idealist, and tried to prevent us from finding Dr. Dores?
I wouldn't be surprised if he's Manus, not gonna lie.
If that's true, Miss Recoleta, it's very likely that the one acting against us is in fact Aleph himself.
He's using you, girlie. Recoleta never expected a chain of reasoning to unravel this way. The chain.
But No. How could that be possible?
She interrupts only for confusion to creep onto her face moments later.
Why? Why would he do this?
That's a great question. We should probably ask him that.
I don't see any reason why he'd be connected. He's an intelligent, cultured, and profound person, not a common killer.
I mean, from a little note, from a couple notes, I don't know. I don't know if that's enough to say he wouldn't. You know.
No, none of this adds up.
I don't know. You're very trusting.
Remember, Dr. Dores was brought to Ushuaia by the Xeno rebels. And we know they're connected to Manus Vindicte. If this Aleph really is hiding Dores from us, he may be working with them.
There's only one explanation. Recoleta stares blankly for a time before clumsily shifting the topic.
Oh, my... Soneto. I didn't know you had such a flair for stories. Maybe you should join us and become a visceral realist too. I think you're only imagining things.
I like her.
Perhaps you were inspired by this strange prison?
She's like, you're joking, right? That's literally what she said in the most profound way possible. She's like, for real?
Perhaps we all need to start writing our own stories. Come out now. Whoever's out there, speak up.
Oh, not Verton. Okay, Verton. I see you sensing people.
How can we help you?
Who's there?
The way only Verton. Oh, we stand on business.
Let's kill time together.
That's old Ophelia right there.
En la acumulación de laberintos, suéltalo todo una vez más. Cosmología, filosofía clásica, nuestro aliado es la verdad. grande. En la acumulación de laberintos.
Me
se
realizing
encontró
I
una
don't
vez
even know
más.
how to use her to in the slightest.
I haven't had a
I'm
eureka
looking
moment
at
like
her
this in a
Moxie
while.
bar and I'm like,
The
what
poem
the
I
heck?
just wrote is amazing.
What is that?
Huh? Wait, you weren't listening, were you?
No,
Then let's do this again.
I'm so sorry. It was not. All right. I think I did a great job summarizing that. No need to thank me. Back to prison. I don't remember what we were doing.
Easy.
Oh.
It's me, Garcia. We met at the gallery earlier.
Wait, did they drop by? Okay, Garcia.
Please, I come in peace.
Wait, so they're here with us? And we just, like, let them in? Regoletta pays no mind to the young man's explanations. Her focus holds on the woman beside him.
It's you, Octavia!
The
murderer herself!
Hey, I don't think she killed nobody. Did she snitch? Yeah. Well, is she a snitch? Yeah. Yeah. A little bit. Is she a little bit of the jailer's pet? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I would 100% agree with that. But, is she a murderer? Again, I don't know for sure. I don't know why she's in here. I know why she's locked up. But this is a real test. Like, this is scared straight. I think someone put that in the comments. This is scared straight. Reverse 1999 edition, because I would never do a crime if I spending one night here.
Please, calm yourself, Miss Recoleta.
Right, it's all conjecture. We don't even know if she did it or not.
The jailer has already confirmed that she wasn't the one to fire at the idealist.
She was right. She was
The
standing
shot
right
came from
next to
somewhere
him.
else in the room.
She was standing right next to him. Oh, she don't trust. Recoleta bites her lip, giving up a little space to the intruders. Reverse 1999 scared straight for real. Exactly.
Miss Octavia, what brings you here at this hour?
You could never catch me being locked
come
up
here
in one
out
of
of
these
goodwill.
places.
Believe me, I didn't want any bloodshed either.
Okay.
I understand you just arrived today. There's something you need to know about the inmates here.
Something that I don't already know, for real? What? Let me guess. I'm just gonna anticipate what she's gonna say. The visitor's expression is wary and low.
We're outcasts, rejected by society and literature, and our privileges are limited within these walls. But before I started my own literature group, I struck a deal with the Panopticon authorities.
What?
If we cooperate and stay out of trouble, they'd leave us be. We could discuss literature
Is that the
freely and
deal they were
openly in
talking
Gomala.
about?
Such a thing may seem trivial to you, but this is of immense importance to us.
Okay, so what do you want me to do? I'm just being real. She's coming here, asking or telling.
Oh, there's no
It's not my
happier thing in
fault.
this world than
You didn't
discussing
shoot him.
literature. No one should ever put limits on
I
it.
didn't shoot him.
You're right, Recoleta.
It's
But we're
crazy.
prisoners
Someone here has a blicky.
There are certain rules we have to follow. Except, the idealist didn't see it our way. He refused to compromise, believing that the long poem and his so-called ism could break us free from the cage of the ever-watchful eye.
The word ism, there's only one thing I think of when I hear ism. That's right. Racism. It is so-called ism. Hey, I'm not the one that said it. She said ism. But that's kind of funny calling it an ism.
Perhaps he was right. You might have achieved more if you'd listened to him. After all, visceral realism keeps us connected to who we are.
Visceral realism. That... I knew that was the word they were talking about, obviously.
You have to believe in the truth of visceral realism. Because out there, beyond these walls,
Visceral realism.
many of us still do.
That's exactly...
And what has it changed? Garcia, you're the latest inmate here. Tell us, 3 months ago, before they arrested you and took you here.
What did people get arrested for?
What has the visceral realism movement accomplished out there?
Are they part of the visceral realism movement? Besides them, Garcia, who had been patiently leaning against the railing, produces a metallic vibration on its gates. Great. A rough paper roll burns between his lips.
At first, it was revolutionary. Young poets joined in droves. We held gatherings. And the literary world seemed alive again.
What? I don't understand why people just don't like the visceral realism club.
I was just a kid when the leading poets left the city. Everyone thought it was only temporary. But it didn't come back.
So
and nothing has happened since. No one says it. But we all know. Visceral realism died in 1977.
No, not for me.
Aww.
It's not dead as long as people still believe in it. I believe in it.
It's just like Tinkerbell. We all clap our hands. She's gonna come back to life. We just gotta believe. Octavia ignores the childish remark. She knows that conviction can be as fragile as a spider's web.
Belief, faith, what is this obsession with the true self? Why does your type always insist on there being a true self hiding beneath our roles in society? Our disciplines.
Oh, she getting all poetic? Okay.
Look at the idealist. He never once stopped fighting for what he believed in, even long after he was put behind these bars.
Idealist, what a name he gave himself. Who will he be when he finally breaks free from the eyes of the central tower?
Dang, she really got
when he's
beef
left
with
without
him.
his willful audience. And nobody.
No wonder
That's
they
why.
thought you shot him. Greg. Dying about him behind his back. He's in a hospital bed.
And that is a truth even he is terrified of.
It's been a while since Reverse killed a character. I'm just gonna be real. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Sorry, Fatutu. We knew your brother well.
Miss Octavia, I hope you've come with something more important to share than just some criticism of the idealist.
Burton says, "Stop wasting my time. I'm busy. You better have something important." With all that, yep.
You're right. I have an
Shit,
important
Burton
message
was like,
for you.
"Get to the point."
Dr. Torres.
In the most polite way
I
possible.
heard you were looking for her. The woman from the Sao Paulo Veterans Residence.
Burton, okay.
She used to write under the name Erd, didn't she?
Alright, and... Okay.
Yes, that's right. Do you know her?
Now that's what we want to hear.
You're the first person I've met here to speak plainly about her. Do you know where she might be?
We crossed paths, but only briefly. I'm not sure where she's gone. Maybe the authorities know. However, she left this with
She
me.
was doing...
I think you'll need it more than I do.
No. What's it called? 30 Days In? Where the... where people go undercover as prisoners? What is it? It gotta be 60 days? Is it 90 days? It's something days in. Octavia hands over her personal folder. Before they might open it, she had already turned to leave.
We have other matters to attend to. I'll leave you to your business.
Alright.
Garcia, shall we?
Their visitors leave in haste, their faces and expressions obscured by the night shadows. Foundation's Investigations opens the worn manuscript folder with caution.
The physician told me the horrifying truth about the panopticon of Kamala and the power behind
60 days in,
Manus
yeah.
Vindictae.
Erd was really playing 60 days in here.
By becoming the panopticon's sole patron,
She was the
they
original.
seized control of the resources and the allocation system, turning this place into
Oh,
a
we're
living
playing
hell.
Scared Straight.
I suspect that the physician, the current highest authority here, is responsible for this situation. I discovered that the inmates were put through brutal training, even when they were too sick to carry out their tasks.
Training?
They also forced pure-blood arcanist inmates to wear their masks, effectively turning them into murmuring puppets.
Ooh.
Just as we suspected, Manus Vindictae is orchestrating everything.
Oh wow, they only wanted the pure blood.
No wonder we didn't find them in the city. They've been hiding here all along.
I swear, sometimes man is... Bro, pure blood is crazy.
No one would have thought to come looking for them here.
So her obsession... Arcana's obsession with beef, sorry. Not even obsession. Beef with Vertin is insane. They snapped the folder shut. A familiar signature seen on the folder, the forward page of UTTU magazine, a 2 magazine, and the receipt found in Sao Paulo's heartfelt home.
But why would Miss Octavia bring this to us? What's in it for her?
I don't know. Her freedom.
Do you think she's trying to mislead us, Timekeeper?
It's crazy
Maybe,
how we were misled in our
but the
first
handwriting in that
iteration
notebook is most certainly Erd's.
But I don't think they're trying to mislead us now.
If she's leading us astray on purpose, why? Miss Recoleta, what do you think? Could she be Aleph? Not a chance.
Nah.
Haven't you seen how she denies everything beautiful in the world? Aleph would never be so biased.
Oh.
No. Aleph is like a mirror. He reflects both light and shadow. But, Octavia, maybe she hasn't looked at the shadow within for a long time.
If I was Vertin, I would have been like, okay.
I know that look on her face. It's the look of a writer.
To read many books, so...
I've seen so many like her during my trip. The faces
a lot
of
of the
lost,
metaphor she's using
struggling
is
generation.
going right over my head. It's gonna be real. They're beautiful, though. Beautiful writer. Under the night sky, Kamala Prison stands like a forgotten gravestone covered by fine cold snow. Alright. Oh. Back in prison we go. Couldn't stay out for too long. In a room repurposed for a prison cell, 3 girls in search of someone share an absurd, bizarre tale. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the center of the watchtower, a jaguar knocks on a secure door. Knocks with her hands?
Dr. Merlin, I'm here to report on today's events.
Merlin.
Come in.
So what's the difference between Aleph and Merlin? Am I gonna find out? Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Frantic writing breaks the quiet room. Oh, the quiet of the room. The jailer's visit does not deter the man behind the desk. He continues writing, wholly absorbed, as if each letter were filling the world around him.
There was a commotion in the gallery today, sir. An inmate known as the Idealist was severely injured. The inmates nearby said he lost consciousness from blood loss.
Okay.
However, after we put everyone back in their cell, the Idealist was gone.
Up
I made a sweep of
the
the grounds,
medication,
but there was
up
no trace
everyone's
of him.
prescription until I say so.
It's possible that he regained consciousness and went into hiding. I'll perform a full search tomorrow.
Someone has a gun, and we're just so chill about it. The jaguar finds herself quite unexpectedly concealing the truth behind Pablo.
No need.
Okay, T.
Sir?
He knew the consequences of breaking the rules, did he not?
Oh.
Sir, with all due respect, I think today's incident proved just how dangerous it is to let the inmates keep their weapons.
Who wrote that? I never thought I would see the words inmate, keep, and weapons in the same sentence. Ever. So, this was just an accident. An accident just waiting to happen. An accident that could have been avoided. But we all sat together and said, yes, let's let the inmates keep their weapons. Because that's a fantastic idea, actually.
We never should have let them walk around with deadly weapons. Even if we had to, we should have doubled the guards. We can't expect them to follow their own rules simply out of fear of the central tower.
What's in the central tower 1 that would keep them from using guns. They let them keep guns. In what reality? The KEYCHAINS interrupts her sharply with no hint of concern.
Such matters fall beyond your purview, jailer.
Oh.
You only need to do what's required of your title.
Oh. Okay, well, alright. Well, we tried.
Is there anything else?
Oh.
There is another thing. Two guests from the Foundation came through today. They said they were looking for someone named Doris.
Bro, he ain't gonna say zero.
They've shown a willingness to cooperate, though they were involved with the incident in Corridor 0.
You should say his BFF pen pal, Recoleta, is here as well. The sound of writing continues. Her report is disregarded. The jailer takes a deep breath. The next part is difficult to say.
Sir, there is one more thing. I told Miss Octavia we're short on rations, and she's adjusted the inmates' portions accordingly, but that won't last long. Manus Vindicte stopped providing supplies back in March, and Sino has collected all the prisoners they had previously placed in her custody.
What? I'm sorry. How is Manus Vindicte this big of an organization? It's insane that they're over here providing rations to prisons. Well, supplies, not rations.
I just wonder why they have so suddenly withdrawn from Ushuaia and brought all the prisoners with them. I also noticed that we haven't received any orders from the government since Warden Tartuffe was transferred.
They're really just trying to create an army at this point.
In fact, we haven't had any communication with them at all. Sir, in frank terms, we're facing down a serious shortage of medicine, food, and basic supplies. At this rate, the Panopticon will soon be unable to operate. Where will our inmates go then?
At this point, just put them back on the streets. Exposure therapy to reality. The man before her says nothing for a long time, his pen flickering over the page.
Can we ask the Foundation for help? They've sent their people here. Maybe they're interested in the Panopticon?
Frick no.
I could arrange a meeting if you like.
You're unusually talkative today.
Oh, he's got attitude. Alright. See? Kind of attitude. The man finally stops writing and looks up.
Pardon, sir?
Right.
That's fascinating, you know. You've become so much more concerned about this place and its inmates than when you first started. You are now dictated by your title.
I didn't mean to overstep. I'm sorry.
That is kind of what that gave.
You can go now. I have a great deal of work to do.
Attitude.
Oh, and one more thing.
Walk off. He beckons the jailer back before she leaves.
Make sure this month's Kamala Congress is held according to schedule.
Oh my gosh, he's another schedule. You know who else has schedule? Tooth Fairy. Anyway, Kamala Congress? Why is it glitching? What's going on? We have Congress here?
Yes,
a government system? And they all decided to let the inmates have guns for the best reason possible. The Jaguar disappears beyond the door, metallic footsteps fading into the distance. Only then does the physician allow his suppressed frustration to surface.
How many times have I warned you about this? The idealist has to go. He's nothing but trouble for us. You're too soft on him, Aleph. Look at the mess he has us in now.
Ooh. Okay.
Calm down. He's a rabble-rousing thief, a self-destructive maniac, a snake in the grass.
Oh, all right. Someone's about to write a twit longer on the idealist.
He even stole the tea of Kamala from me.
Oh.
He's nearly ruined everything we've worked for.
Oh. Beef? The man angrily raises the once lost and now found die. Physician. Google Docu? Yep. Like, they about to, like, go off. Cancel him at this point. The dim room. In the dim room, it flickers with a comforting glow.
It's only a die, Merlin. It does nothing more than a die can do.
Oh, not him minimizing. Aleph. Okay, let's have a little therapy session. You can't minimize and disregard the stuff Merlin says. It's not very nice.
You were there today. You saw what he did. He managed to change the panopticon with this die, even if only for a second.
Dang, he really their op. My gosh. Everyone hates the idealist, but somehow he has that much power.
He'll ruin my work, Aleph. He's a slave to his passion. His head is filled with impulsive thoughts. I don't trust him.
At this point, he was
can't trust
down
him.
to get shot. I mean, he is ops on ops on ops.
I've done everything you've asked. Now it's time to do your part.
Those red gloves are everything. Let me just say. They're everything. Alf responds with indifference to the physician's frustration, continuing his writing without pause.
Time's ticking down. I can't afford any further mistakes. No one can be permitted to stop my experiment in the panopticon.
Oh, is he doing some side work?
I'll prove it to them that we have found the path to the ultimate answer.
He is so suspicious. Both of them are. Both of them. Yeah, let me just say both of them are suspicious, not just him. At least I didn't have to read anything from Erd. The reading that entails. Oh my gosh. Back to reading, never mind.
La cabaña con el techo azul estaba silenciosa
always.
como siempre.
Sus
En un sueño
behavior.
fugaz, la investigadora de
In a fleeting
paracausalidad
dream, the
descubrió la verdad
uncovered the
detrás
truth
del
behind
dado
the
de
die of
Babilonia.
Babylon.
Examinó
She
cuidadosamente
carefully
los
examined
patrones
hidden
ocultos,
patterns, much like an
como un
astronaut
astuto
astrologer
astrólogo
tracks the
rastrea
movements
los
of stars.
movimientos de las
All the
estrellas.
thinking, it was filler chapter
Lo que
and
pueda
not make
parecer
him,
errores o
what
accidentes
may
no
seem
niega
like
las
errors or
verdades del
accidents
destino.
doesn't negate the varieties of
Por el
destinies. On the
contrario,
contrary, they affirm
afirma en
its
su
very
existencia.
existence. Just
Solo
ask the
pregúntale al
great
gran Heráclito.
her to Ducalito.
En un universo
In
no
an
observado, el dado
unobserved
de
universe,
Babilonia gira
Babylon spins
perpetuamente,
in perpetually
dictando el
dictating
destino
the
de
fate
todos
of all the
en un
time
tiempo que
that
es
is
tanto
both
infinitamente
indefinitely
largo
long and
como
indefinitely short.
infinitamente corto.
Alright.
Mira, cerró los
Look,
ojos.
she closed her eyes.
Respetaba la
She
aleatoriedad de los
oh,
números
I
y el
even realized
destino.
that was you, Cookie Mouse.
Respetaba el juicio
The
del
randomness
dado.
and numbers and destiny.
De lo
Oh my
contrario,
gosh,
se
otherwise
habría
she would
perdido
have
sumisamente en los huecos del tiempo
quintessentially
y
lost herself in the
bajaría
gaps
para
of time and
siempre como
wandered
un
forever as
fantasma
a
en el
ghost in
olvido.
oblivion. To be fair, if I could skip the Earth stuff, I would. All that reading, or if I could just read it in my head. I don't blame you, Mouse. I didn't understand the literature in this chapter at all. Exactly. In the Solemn Prison Hall, under the half-light of the next day, the prisoners of Kamala gather. Octavia steps onto the podium with a stern expression. Ooh, she's like, I'm in charge now.
First, allow me to make one thing clear. I had absolutely nothing to do with what happened to the idealist yesterday. I swear it on my career as a writer.
Ooh, clock it.
As you all know, the idealist and I are the representatives of the two factions of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Américas.
All right.
As you also
Y'all
know,
need to make an
we have been
acronym
at
for
peace
that
since
for
the
sure.
Let Sleeping Dogs Lie agreement was signed a few months ago.
LSDPDLSLA. Please. The glitching.
Despite our differing views, we have coexisted to this day under the watchful gaze of the central tower.
There's always some
Rest
ominous
assured that we
thing
will
that's
work
just keeping
tirelessly
people
to
in
locate
check.
the missing idealist.
Don't put so much pressure on yourself, Miss Octavia. His death wasn't your fault.
Half the room was blaming her. Let's not act like that wasn't the case. Don't put so much pressure. Y'all were all saying it was Octavia like 24 hours ago. Okay? Let's not freaking forget.
After all, he was the one who threw the first verbal dagger.
Oh, y'all still think it's her? Hi, Chico, just stopping by, but I'm glad I could catch you live. How are you enjoying chapter 9 so far? It's good. I just wish I understood more of what they were saying. But yeah, hi. How are you doing? How are you doing? I'm glad you have the opportunity to stop by. It's not very often I stream, so this is a very special moment. and I'm happy to see that you're here. But yeah, how's it going? Did I read this? The murmurs cascading below reached the ears of the prisoners from another faction.
Show some respect, you morons.
Oh.
The idealist is missing, not dead. I'm sure he'll show up in one piece before we know it.
Allegedly.
Better face the hard truth now, Roberta. Though, I have to say, it won't be easy for you to find a no later
I'm
as
doing
mad
good.
as
I
him.
only have Alf's character story left to do, and then I'm good until patch 2.7 releases. I'm so behind on everything. I'm literally staying up all night to finish this. Say, Boo, you're watching this chapter this late? How come you're watching this chapter this late? I guess it's no surprise that I'm playing it late, huh? A polite cough from the hostess pauses the heated debate.
Please, everyone.
Next patch
quiet
for
down.
sure, guys. I'll play it way before the last day. I say that every patch.
According to the agreement, today's Congress
Like
should
my
have been chaired by
webcam,
the
bro.
idealist.
That...
Since he is still missing, I will be acting on his...
Ooh!
Pardon my lateness.
Oh.
Go ahead. I'm ready to moderate.
Ah. The way this prison operates is so whack. Unfamiliar footsteps break the regular pattern of events. The jailer leads her visitor to the entrance of the prison hall. Today's not the last day. Tomorrow's the last day to play this as like the event.
Miss Ford,
And I want to
looked
do the
over
hard mode
incarceration
tomorrow,
and visitor
so I need
records
to
from the
finish
past
this
6 months.
tonight. So this will probably be like a 4-hour stream. So buckle up, get your snacks, get some water, take breaks if you need it.
There was no mention of anyone named Doris.
Jailer, you're wrong. Why can't you just admit it?
Then it seems only the physician knows the whereabouts of Dr. Dorez.
Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Miss Jailer,
I wasn't paying
we
attention.
need to meet
I
with the
misread what you
physician.
said.
It's important.
So the event is closing, but this chapter will still remain in the main story. I think some of the event stuff tomorrow, I gotta do the side story really quick. Yeah, a lot of things I believe is tomorrow's the last day. I know this, you cannot farm it anymore because it says 1 day left. You can still use the shop. And that's why I was checking the events, because some things close at the same time as the event thing. I still have 3 days left. For the side story, yeah, I believe the character ones stay open until the patch ends. But they like to close the story on Sundays. Oh, hi! Also, hi! Welcome. But they like to close the stories on Sundays. And then, yeah, Sundays before the next patch. So at the beginning of the week that the game updates. Wait, thankfully as a main story chapter 9 won't be going away. It's only the chapter stories that won't be available until their later release, as well as the photo taxes for patch 2.6. They have been additional lore for said patch story via moth code. Yeah, I might play that. I might. You got the Eric skin yet? No. I'm gonna play it. Okay?
Listen,
hopefully
you really shouldn't take the
I
inmates'
stream
ramblings too
tomorrow.
seriously.
I don't see why I shouldn't. I do owe the Limbus people a stream. I don't want to make them wait a week, but I will play it. Considering the identity of the person before her, the jailer softens her tone. I always regret not getting that Oliver skin. That pained me. And I will not be missing any more skins that I want from the
But if
events.
it's as critical as you say, I'll make another request later.
They can wait. The Oliver skin, yes, from 1.8. I missed that. I didn't get it. And I have so much regret because that's the only Oliver skin I ever wanted ever. That is his only skin, but still.
That said, I'm afraid the meeting won't happen
But
for
the
at least a
Limbus
few days.
people, they literally think I'm not gonna come back in a year. And I need to prove them wrong. A week? That's not a year. So the Panoxis has been really easy for me since I got Recoleta and Melania. Okay. Then it should be easy for me too, because I have them as well. So
Understood.
For now, please join us for today's Congress.
Ah, yes. The children yearn for the mines, foreshadowing the Nestle collab that's going on.
Espectacular!
Oh,
do you hold
good
literary salons like this every
Shoot,
day?
clear skin. My skin
This
is
place
that
is practically
clear.
a writer's
As a
paradise.
Limbuster, yeah. But yeah, good night. Thank you for modding. Have a good sleep, and thank you for coming. Also, I might be rude, but I can't stay up too late. So we could play a Kahoot a bit earlier. Yeah. I want to do my daytime streams, but I just don't have time during the day. But sometimes I do. A lot of times I do, actually. You know what? I'll figure out a time and I'll do it. I also did not get the full skin from China. I forgot about that one. I need to make a calendar reminder. I completely forgot. The way I just now remember. The only free skins I initially missed was Apple's garment for patch 1.1, Eagles for 1.2. Thankfully, both have made available again via Miracle Mart. Yes. So I'm waiting for the Oliver skin to come back as well.
So, you're the host of the salon, Octavia? I say we set aside our differences and have a titillating literary discussion.
It's really good. I hate that I missed it. Me too.
You've come at the right time.
What?
You may
What are
serve
we
as
doing?
witnesses for the Congress alongside the jailer.
Are you making
like
decisions?
a citizen's jury in a court.
Like important ones?
Your suggestion aligns with the congressional rules. Very well.
What the heck, you?
Congress? Witnesses? Isn't this a salon? Which topic are we discussing? Literary
Girl
theories?
wants to do a salon
schools,
so
principles,
bad.
Languages?
The free skins are being released
narrative
in rewards you
perspectives?
visit in the Miracle Mart for those who didn't know. I think Eagle's 1.2 skin came out this update. If it's still out, I might have to cop.
None of those.
And we're not doing a salon. Hold your horses. Okay, you just got here. Octavia lowers her head, giving her a questionnaire a long and deep look.
This Congress is about the randomness of fate,
Huh?
Miss Recoleta.
What the hecky?
Randomness of fate?
Recoleta, just like me for real for once. I do not get it. I'm not picking up what you're putting down. I like to go to a literary salon. I like the idea of it. I don't know if I'd want to go with these guys. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to go with these guys. As she sinks into a confusion and bewilderment, the jailer's voice rises into a triumphant introduction.
Dear visitors
Imagine
from the
what
Foundation,
they're all like when
allow
we
me
run
to
out of the
introduce the
medication.
Kamala Congress.
My ideal friend group, really? All I'm saying is imagine what they're like when we run out of the meds. Then again, like half of them probably aren't even taking it. I don't think Alf checks under their tongue. Imagine. Now I'm thinking of Kakanya because of the mention of salon. She's probably busy as a field agent for the Foundation though. She's getting that work, making money make purse.
What happened yesterday was merely a brief anomaly. In the Panopticon, spontaneous order among the inmates is the norm, and the
But
Kamala
yeah,
Congress
them
serves
probably
as
all
its
off their
truest
meds.
reflection.
I would not want to be there. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Spontaneous order.
It's fun concept, but in reality,
Yes. Through the Congress,
not
the
want a
inmates
scared
assign
straight
and distribute
experience.
medication, communal duties, and rest periods. They are entirely
I do not need
self-regulated.
that. Her tone is filled with pride. Alright.
I hereby announce the commencement of the 7th Gomala Congress.
Kakanya is probably so busy because 99% of all the characters need some serious therapy, right? Like, once they hired a therapist, they said, girl, we have the perfect task for you. If you don't get in that suitcase and set an office up and arrange your office hours... They said, we do not care if you have a degree, if you do not, or a license. Oh, as her words fall, Octavia takes out a worn lottery box and a small trinket from her hand. The prisoners move in perfect order, like a swarm of ants. I do not like Octavia throughout the chapter. To be fair, I feel very indifferent about her. Is she a little snitchy? Yeah. Is she a little... I don't even know how to explain that. Like, bratty isn't the word. She's okay. You know, like, I don't love her, but I don't dislike her, you know?
A cardboard box and... Is that a paper die?
What are we playing?
It has 20 sides.
We need a continuation of Isakanya's story. I couldn't bear the wilderness interaction they had. Sag. Maybe they will do a continuation if we beg enough.
We carefully examine hidden patterns.
To be fair,
much
if
like an
Winsong
astute
and Vila
astrologer
get more
tracks the
story...
movements of the stars.
You guys know, Papa, I want more movie. That's how I feel about Kakanya and Isolde. I'm like, if Winsong and Vila could get more story, if you don't get some more for Kakanya and Isolde, like, come on now. I feel like a lot of the older characters deserve a reappearance. Like, come on. I want to see Calabona again. I feel like she would do. It'd be really cool seeing her again. Anyway,
isn't this?
What are y'all doing? From somewhere in the audience, the girl unconsciously mumbles a revolution.
Isn't this just like the Die of Babylon? The MacGuffin that weaves through the entire plot? The infinite symbiote of fate? And the symbol that compresses time into a shriveled circle?
What may seem like errors or accidents doesn't negate the verities of destiny. On the contrary,
but in
they
this
affirm
case, it's
its
not a
very
metaphor,
existence.
it's kind of literal.
Just ask the great Heraclito. In an unobserved universe, the die spins in perpetuity,
dictating the fate of all in time that is both infinite
Girl,
and
how does
long
this
and
book
infinitely
end?
short.
I know you're not Marcus or whatever, but oh,
look, I've closed my eyes. I respect the randomness of numbers and destiny. I respect the die's judgment.
Heck nah. Why do we always end up in situations like this? As the prisoners recite their announcements, the author's voice becomes more and more sluggish.
Otherwise, we will acquiesce and lose ourselves
Marcus disappeared
in the gaps of time and wander
I reacted to that, but I never posted it. Maybe I'll post it as a members video or something.
I don't understand.
I don't know if it's worth
on.
even posting as like a video at this point. Where it just gravitates towards gold. Notably so, I realized that. I'm like, how do we always end up in these situations? Bonnie and Jessica have a love story, but I don't know about Winsong and Vila. Winsong and Vila, yes. And it was the patch. Yes, and it was actually just 1.8. That's all it really was. That's what it was. Either that or Diggers has incredibly high luck stat. Bro, that man, he's just following where the wind takes him, I feel as though.
Oh, but the irony that I probably have more idea what's going on than anyone here.
Vernon had flashbacks. She said, what the hecky?
Miss Recoleta, this is all in your novel, isn't it?
Which is hilarious, because when when she was reading the novel, Vernon said, yeah, good book. But now she's like, this is all in your book. Like, Vernon was so uninterested in the novel before. She was like, yeah, no, I don't get it. She wasn't disinterested, she just didn't get it. I think that was it. But it was kind of funny, because she was like, yeah, Recoleta, you write that book.
I'm afraid so. The recitations.
I like to believe that
to an astrologer and Heraclito.
I just think that man
They couldn't possibly be just a coincidence.
Wherever they want. Bro, that is honestly probably true. He probably has more. Turns out, Diggers is the mastermind. I'm like, out of all the characters that get a reappearance, it has to be Diggers. They couldn't bring back any other character? What, in the U.S. Congress?
Then, could it be?
This is probably how they actually
Will
are
they
in
look
the office.
to the die to dictate their fate?
I wouldn't be surprised if this is how they actually are in Congress. They also likely thought Diggers would be in trance in what's going on, that he wouldn't follow Manus and blow their cover. Oh. Ooh. The girl's audible shock does not affect the proceedings on stage. The Congress continues.
I shall perform the first roll. Its result will determine the subsequent roll order for this Congress.
Yo. The hostess tosses the 20-sided die into a cardboard box and begins shaking it rhythmically.
The result is 5. This check complies with the prerequisite conditions of the ruling of the die.
The way
and the standard roll
just
order
plays such
has
a
been
big thing in this
established.
game. This is how I'll be disturbing my crisp in school next time my classmates turn into eagles and be like, give crisp into seagulls. Oh. Only one number away from 6. Oh.
Inmate Jose,
does that have
please
anything to
come
do with
forth.
6-6? Like the character?
You are the first in the initiative order.
Just
Therefore,
appears.
Fate's judgment shall fall upon you before all else.
So we just let them do this?
Me? Oh, okay.
And then also carry weapons and... So what's the point of the water, honestly? The person steps forward, taking the fragile box in his hand, shaking the roll, to the die. The die stops, and just like that, a simple number decides his fate.
17! It's
Chill,
17!
have you seen the
what a
J-skin?
wonderful
Yes.
number! 17! Like an oasis in an endless desert.
Okay, 17's not that cool of a number, honestly. But yes. Yes, I've seen that skin. The moment I've been waiting for. Like, there are certain characters who I'm just crossing off my list every time they get a skin. And Jay is one of them. It's about dang time. I'm so excited. The Jay skin, and it looks so cool.
The result is 17, and the score combination 6 plus 4 plus 4 plus 3. According to the ruling of the die, he shall receive 60 risperidone tablets, 40 clozapine tablets, and 40 diazepam tablets. Additionally, he will assume the role of cultural manager of the Comala Congress.
Is this how they ration out the medication? Don't tell me that's what that's what I just heard. I have Jay, but I'm eyeing on Jay right now. They'll probably rerun him that patch, if not beforehand. This means that Flutterface joined the Foundation. Now, instead of working as a knocker-upper, which is a crazy name, she can just chill in the suitcase. Yes, they do that sometimes. That's how they ration the medication. I would think we do it based on need, but I guess we do it on
Before he takes
gacha.
office, inmate Jose must clean the first restroom for the next 7 days.
I guess we just RNG it. My people.
Wonderful! I'll gladly clean
They
the toilet.
they
I've got the
RNG
brooms
the
here, the
medication.
toilet detergent, oh, and the toilet brush too.
She's now knock on the official. She now. Maybe she wakes everyone up in the suitcase. That'd actually be really cute.
I have been waiting for this opportunity.
What if he went
As
from
cultural
much money
manager, I
to
will speak
minimum
with
salary?
every inmate and complete the Kamala memoir, finally capturing The moments when literary sparks ignite and explode.
Oh, brother. Yep. Alright. Next gacha medication.
Is inmate
Haber.
Eduardo. Please
Let's see how
come
much
forth.
medication you get this month. Let's see how much medication you get today. When he gets his what is it called? Xanax? No. Xanax is a drug. That is. Oh my gosh. No. It's a medication, right? He's gonna be like, yippee. I'm pretty sure. That's not a drug, is it? I didn't just say drug. I'm pretty sure. You take that for mental health. But he's gonna be like, yippee. How do I know? Been there, done that.
But I can't remember the ruling of the die.
I didn't realize that Jay joined the Razor
anything.
Squad. Wait.
Damn it.
What's a Razor Squad? Drugs can be misused medicine. That's true. Oh.
Sorry, Senora Octavia, but I don't think I can do this. I didn't get any medication in the last Congress. I've had multiple episodes. It's like my brain's jammed or something.
Okay, question. And this isn't just like a rationale question. It's a serious question, but so that guy got 60 of one pill, 40 of one. How many did he get? 60, 40, 40. Does he need this? Is this his prescription? Or are they just giving him stuff? Because there's... I'm like, is this bro's prescription? Or did he just gotcha his way into getting all his meds? The man who gets gotcha meds who gets sent to do anything, you know, from capturing Someone, helping Burton fight the Gorgons, helping Jay in raiding the Manus. Oh. I need to play
It's
a series
all right,
of deaths.
inmate Eduardo. It's easy. You don't need to know the rules to roll the die.
It's easy. Just
Give
be
me your
lucky.
hand. I'll help you.
She said, just have skill for real. It's easy. To be fair, it's kind of funny. I pulled 2 elves. What does that say about me? Did I pull Alf and Merlin? Or like what? The prisoner follows suit. Hands trembling as he shakes the box. The only thing he can do.
My sincerest apologies, inmate Eduardo. The die dictates that you must voluntarily descend into the sewers and write the thematic keyword that currently causes you the most anxiety on the walls.
Who made this up? I know someone just like one of the first people here were just like, hey, you know what would be funny? And then here we are. They just said, hey, you know what would be actually hilarious? And then here we are. Eduardo, if you don't get your skill up...
Thank you very much, Miss Octavia.
When playing the story for the first time, I had the feeling they would have the next roll be critical fail after a high roll, which is so sad. Eduardo had multiple episodes, man. Give him his minute. This is not a way to... This is not how you ration.
I think my head's about to split in half. I need a moment to rest before I head down there.
They said, to the basement, They said, Eduardo, it looks like you're going to the sewers again.
And fulfill my destiny.
Sorry, Eduardo. Clutching his head, the prisoner leaves. His steps heavy, his hands empty, but his brow finally falling at ease. Mr. Potential Razor Man? Wait. Who?
Jailer, Are you really letting them make every decision with the roll of a die?
Water scam better. Jailer, are you... Oh, she read that.
Eduardo is clearly in a much more dire condition than Jose. The medication should have been given to him.
Right. But you know, does anything in this building seem like it's running off of fairness and logic?
As I said, this is how the inmates of the Panopticon maintain order. The physician periodically provides medication, food, and other necessities, and the inmates distribute them in this spontaneous and efficient manner.
Efficient is a strong word to use. Let me just say. Strong word.
Neither authority nor violence is involved in this process. This is what sets Kamala apart from all other custodial facilities.
Yeah. Y'all also let your inmates keep weapons, so I mean, I would, like, after I heard that, I didn't think, like, I didn't even, like, question it, really.
Is that it? You abdicate all agency to the roll of a paper die and call it the randomness of fate? What kind of sick joke is this?
I'm telling you guys, one of the first people in here said, you know what would be hilarious? And then this is where we are. Years later. They said, you know it would be really funny.
Please calm down, Recoleta. This is the method that the inmates have collectively decided to recognize. They're prepared to face the possible sacrifices that it brings. This isn't about you or me. It's not our place to interfere with a procedure that has been proven both pragmatic and effective.
Again, we're using words very loosely today, huh?
My duty is to assist the inmates in maintaining order through the methods that they have established. And yours is to witness their self-governance, not judge it.
Then what's the point of acting as the jury if we don't get to have a say in anything? The jailer takes a deep breath. Her words clearly meant to convince herself as much as anyone listening.
If everything somehow unfolds as it does in my novel, then every role is already predetermined. Verton, do you remember the story I told you last night? The odds of both success and failure were consecutively multiplied.
I remember.
As soon as a character experiences a failure, they continue to suffer failures in an endless chain reaction.
Oh, so he's cooked for life.
None of Eduardo's future dice rolls will ever result in a number higher than 10. At this rate, this system, this sociedad, ruled by the dice of Babylon, is bound to collapse.
Yeah, all the logic gets thrown out the window in this chapter. She looks around, realizing that her words, weighty as they seem to her, have garnered no attention. They're like, yap, anyway, let me roll. Oh man, I got a 5 to the basement.
The moment he writes the keyword on the wall could very well be the moment he spells out his own death. No, I can't let this happen. I have to do something.
Oh, alright. Go do something. Recoleta rushes to the stage.
Wait, Miss Recoleta, what are you doing?
Interfering. Oh, dang it. Dang it. Bro, to the basement. You better go to the basement and write. Please, no Erd. Oh, no Erd, please.
Few soldiers would appreciate the idea of taking orders from an accursed die. A skilled commander would never on the battlefield.
Can I just...
I'm pretty sure they...
Like, you know, I'm trying to go to bed before...
And whether it's made, of course,
no
dice
Erd
aren't
for
the
now.
only... Thanks to the rant.
No, for now.
Well, with a little creative editing of the history books,
back in my day, I didn't read any of
even the random rolls of it, what were once avoidable tragedies are rebranded as reasonable incidents, or even desirable outcomes.
I'm trying to go to bed before 4 a.m., so,
You're starting to sound like a gambler. But even gamblers, after hitting a hot streak or a losing spell, it isn't just gamblers either. Witches tried to influence fate through rituals and meanwhile, Others suspected there were cheaters among them. I just hope these high rollers unite to confront the demon who holds the laws of the universe.
Recently got Recoletta's bond to 100%.
It's just that today, the die rolled a peculiar number.
Wait, not gonna lie, I missed his voice. What do you mean? Is he the first guy? There's no way this is the first guy. I thought this wasn't the first guy. I thought it was someone else. You got her to 100? How do you do it that fast? But all things considered,
I prefer the other kind of commander. The die is...
Sounds like him. To me, I feel like he's much nicer than the other guy. The other guy was not as nice. And I missed that. I also missed the old male narrator's voice. The noir detective voice from the first 4 main story chapters. Yeah. He will be missed forever. Was he a little rude? Yeah. But was that respectable? Absolutely. It just doesn't hit the same from anyone else. On the stage, Octavia remains the picture of serenity as she orchestrates the Congress. Are we playing the Kahoot? It's been decided, yes, we will be, and that'll probably be the next stream. So don't worry, that won't be today. I'll probably say, but it will be this week. Well, yeah, this week since it's Sunday now. Maybe
Ms.
tomorrow.
Recoleta, as a witness to the Congress, you have the right to express your doubts.
So I don't have a Kahoot made. I have to create it because I doubt there's probably a really good reverse 1999 Kahoot out there. So I have to create it first.
Listen, you...
She recalls the complaints of her 2 former companions, the jailer's dismissal, and the confused expression of every editor she has ever faced. If she were to lay out every detail of her novel here and now, she would only get the same response.
No, it's nothing. It's just that I'd like to participate in the dice rolling ceremony. May I?
Okay.
Of course. The very fact that you're standing here in the Panopticon proves that you share a common fate with it.
Recoleta surveys the prisoners waiting to cast their die. Their expressions are serene, untroubled, calmly waiting their fate. The joys and misfortunes of those before them do not affect the long, winding queue in the slightest. She takes a deep breath. Starting to miss Grandma already.
It doesn't matter.
The Grandma didn't hit as good
since
for me.
Since the rolls are simply a reflection of the randomness of fate, right?
I really liked the guy. And the Grandma, I feel like I liked you tripping. Nah. I feel like at the end she started to grow on me, but by then it was too late. She was already gone. It was too late. Really gave me the vibe of old school point and click adventure game. Wait, what did? Oh, wait, what? What did?
Precisely.
Then I'd like to perform my role after the 27th inmate. Is that all right?
The guy's kind of creepy, but I love his voice. Yeah.
As you wish, Miss Recoleta.
The Grandma, though, she had sass, but she didn't have the charm that the other guy had. She had the sass, but not the charm. Okay, so force Recoleta. Did I really level anyone up here in this day? There's no freaking way. Girl, I was not talking about you.
Can I help you?
Serious?
Sorry.
Oh my gosh. Oh, maybe this will be okay.
I have all the essentials for writing poetry. You, me,
it's not like
and
I'm doing it. You good? The guys, oh wait. Good?
Get out of here.
I thought I leveled her up all the way, Melania, but I, in fact, did not. I thought I did. I guess I gave up. And then started building out. Which shouldn't have happened, not gonna lie. Huh? Wait, this gacha? Is there strat? Should I not auto this?
Idealismo, vuelos de fantasía, patrones ocultos.
Oh, I mean they'll do it eventually. I see the strat. Get out of here. What is the box on the very first turn of the fight? Kind of makes me want to fight it again. I want to see what I could roll. Please tell me that's AoE. I barely use Melania. This is new. Oh no.
Do I have to do this? Huh. A truly villainous moment.
5. Okay. Maya's ult is single target.
It's already over?
Need her Euphoria to work with Recoleta. That I thought I did it, but I didn't. And then I have Medicine Pockets Euphoria. That's why Melania
seems fate favors you, Mr. Coletta.
Single boss. Maybe I should do that for the boss fight. Maybe I should level her up first and then come back to do the boss. I don't know.
Here are your supplies.
Bro, she's not staying here. I hope she doesn't need this. She don't need this.
Please be sure to follow the distribution rules of the Congress. This is an essential structure of Comala, and a belief shared by all its inmates. Honor it.
Fate indeed favors Recoleta. After all, it took 130 pulls. It took me 130 pulls to get her. Wow. Is PvP still available? What PvP? Has there been a PvP?
Just as I suspected.
I want a PvP.
These supplies belong to me now, Octavia. I'm free to use them however I please.
Yep, she's gonna go give them to the guy. Recoleta strides towards Eduardo, who has been curled up in a distant corner, clutching his head, and his body trembles in silence.
Here, Eduardo. Take them.
You don't need them.
But I haven't fulfilled my destiny yet.
Bro, to be honest, I do not like Med Pocket Euphoria. Not really healing, just using health as a shield. For me, I feel Medicine Pocket does a good job. Cause I feel like they do a good job depending on how long the fight is. Because if it's just at the beginning, Medicine Pocket heals faster than I lose health. So I don't lose too much. But I don't know what the Euphoria does. Well, actually, you were talking about the Euphoria. I'm at least happy you got Recoleta early. I saw the video where you pulled her. Literally, I don't even know how that happened. And I didn't... The only reason why I got Alf was because
these precious
I got her early.
And capsules.
It's not good for Bullet.
I can't accept them. They are gifts from fate.
That's
the
good to
die
know.
has placed them in your palm.
What's a good 6-star for like healer?
But I don't need them.
Mains Bullet.
You do.
Thank you, kind senorita.
Yeah, if you don't take that medicine and stop scratching your face. The prisoner trembling stops. He blankly pinches his arm as if trying to distinguish reality from a dream. Then, all at once, he snatches the medication from her hands and shoves it into his mouth.
Eduardo, what's wrong? Are you taking the medicine right now? There's no need to rush. There's plenty of it. You can have it all.
Por Dios, Eduardo. How could you squander fate's gifts like this? Kind señorita, please, give me the medication. I need it more than anyone else.
I just met you.
I'm the one who needs the most.
Oh.
Give me the medication. I beg of you. With the protection of these amulets, I might finally be able to get a peaceful night's sleep. No more trembling floors and wailing ghosts.
Prisoners shove and struggle, countless hands reaching towards the hapless rider, trying to snatch a small round of pills for salvation.
Enough! Enough!
A blue glow spreads through the room, forcing the prisoner to clutch their heads and fall down to their knees. Their riot comes to an abrupt halt.
You shouldn't have done that, Mr. Goleta.
Medicine pocket with Fatutu. I want Fatutu. That is my biggest fumble. And the Discover skin. I have so many regrets.
Your ignorant generosity could shatter the very basis of our survival.
To be fair, yeah, a lot of people are suffering, so just helping one isn't gonna help the problem. She steps towards Eduardo, not writhing in pain, and picks up a few stray capsules scattered at his feet. The pills dissolve into a stream of void sand, vanishing as it pours through her fingers. But why destroy it when we're running out?
We have never had such chaos at the Congress. Understand this. We rely only on the randomness of fate to distribute supplies and assign responsibilities.
How do they know no one ever uses their arcane skill to
If you
cheat?
disrupt the status quo, the entire system of the Panopticon will collapse beyond repair.
And if I could cheat, I would cheat.
It is only by respecting the arbitrariness of fate and adhering to the rules of the Die of Babylon that we have kept this place functioning all this time.
There's a... Where's 37 from again? What's that island called? There's a... Frick, I can't think of it.
The Die of Babylon?
I know what it's called, but I can't think of it. Aperon, yeah. The island of Aperon. Like, y'all all love numbers. And
Tell me, how did you know this name? Are you the one orchestrating this whole thing?
Recoleta, equally confused and furious, grabs the hostess collar.
Podría ser. ¿Eres Aleph? Tal como sospechaba Verdun?
Are you Aleph, just as Verdun suspected?
Let go of me, Mr. Goleta. Have you gone mad?
That's a crazy question to ask in a place like this.
The role of the die is absolutely random. I'm not orchestrating anything. Before the Congress began, I made an oath. I intend to keep it.
Please, calm down, Miss Recoleta. I think she's telling the truth.
If anything, Burton knows how to be calm. She lets go of her grip as the reality of their situation dawns on her. A Aperon rule makes sense, but not this random BS. I'm not even gonna act like a Aperon ever made sense. I think this isn't far off from how the story used to be. They've always had crazy rules. Now that I think back to that island.
Sorry, Octavia, but please, you have to tell me how you learned about the Die of Babylon.
The experiment. Is that what this is?
I must know. Only my pen pal and I should have any knowledge about this die.
I heard about it from the physician.
Oh,
he described it as a symbol of collective consciousness that we could harness to maintain immaculate order in the Panopticon. The Comala Congress was coined, iterated, and perfected by the physician based on this concept.
Yeah.
The physician again.
I'm like, their rules have
Everything
always
eventually
actually been
leads back
insane.
to him.
Now that I think
Just
about
as
it.
we suspected.
He
I see.
plays a part. Recoleta casts her eyes over the silent jaguar, who has remained wordless from the beginning to end, watching it all unfold. She's just an observer.
Jailer, we have to meet with the physician in person. Now.
She literally just observes. She does not run this person at all. She's just here to seem like she runs this person.
As I've told you many times,
but she calls
Dr.
no
Murray
shots.
is too busy at the moment.
Bro.
I couldn't possibly trouble him over a novel and a pen pal. They are just fantasies.
That's his bestie then. Yes. They've been saying they want to
Couldn't you make an
meet.
exception?
Right. For me, Timekeeper, Aperon's rule is to keep their beliefs so that their barrier to the storm is not destroyed. But to be, I guess in a way, the reason why they do this is to prevent chaos. And I mean, what's the best way of getting a whole prison full of mentally ill arcanists to to not throw a riot.
What if they're not just fantasies? What if they're tied to the very survival of this place?
You know? Like, what's the best way to do that?
Miss Recoleta said the Panopticon could collapse
I don't understand why they
because
let
of the
them
Die
keep
of
their
Babylon.
weapons, though. That don't make no sense.
Are you seriously telling me you believe that nonsense?
It wasn't nonsense, nor are they fantasies. You saw with your own eyes how I won the die roll.
It was just a coincidence.
Yo, I love going to jail. We're in scared straight right now. Trust me, I am a good kid from here on out. The jailer's words are at odds with subtle motions. Oh, and hello, welcome. A long time no stream, so no see. The jailer's words are at odds with the subtle motions of her eyes and face. The Foundation's investigators seize on a prime opportunity to apply pressure. It wasn't about the children, was it? Yeah, Scared Straight is about the children.
What if we present you with stronger evidence to prove it's more than just a coincidence?
That's when they send kids to jail so that they act right because they don't want to end up in prison.
If everything in the Panopticon proceeds according to Miss Recoleta's novel as she says,
and then Erd was playing
she should
60
be able to
days
predict
in,
what happens next.
Where she was just undercover as a prisoner for 60 days.
Including the roll results of the absolutely random die.
Okay. Alright. I'm down.
That's right. The Die of Babylon isn't random at all. It's nothing but a supercilious fraud veiled under the guise of fate, and an actor of the inescapable loop of history.
Oh,
and
yeah, the gamble. Yeah, we gamble for our medication.
And not one of you is paying attention to me whatsoever. Ugh, to hell with this era of ignoring unknown writers.
Oh.
Miss Recoleta, please make your prediction.
She said, I'm just an indie author out here trying to make it.
This way, you can prove to Miss Jailer
if you
that
just talk about your books on TikTok, on Book Talk,
The Rise and Fall
I'm
of
sure
Sanity.
people will fall in love with your stories.
You finally remembered its name. Oh, what sweet balm
Because
to my
Burton
spirit.
finally cares. I'm just gonna be so real. It's not that Burton did care. But it's funny to think if Burton didn't care. The Burton was like, oh, there is merit to what you said. Oh wait. Hi, hello Danny. Just made it home from a conference. I'm so glad I can relax and settle while enjoying the street. Welcome, welcome. The Panopticon is also a gacha. Right. Like this whole thing. You cannot escape the RNG. Well, at least Regulus is not in this chapter, or else we'd be behind bars for the 5th time since she joined the Timekeeper. Honestly, I don't know if Regulus would even like being here.
Miss Octavia, please continue the Congress and let the next inmate perform their
I feel
role.
like this is not
Then Miss
Regulus's
Recoleta's statement will be proven true.
We'd also be disliked for sure. The hostess of the Congress remains non-committal.
I appreciate the reminder. No matter the interruption, the Comala Congress must go on. Though not for Miss Recoleta's sake, of course. Next
Alright.
inmate, please.
See how she freaking added that? She didn't have to do that. Following the die's designated order, the next prisoner steps forward to roll.
Hello, inmate Garcia. You know what to do.
You know what to do, Garcia.
Of course.
You've played these games before. Oh, my man.
La sexta cara. Un pilar roto. El flujo de la fortuna y la calamidad. So the result of the next roll will be a 6.
Yes, I saw the comics depicting Burton remembering the 2 times Regulus was in jail. Was in a jail cell. Heard Soneto with Regulus saying, "Why me?" and "Why me again?" each time. Regulus' loudness is not for this chapter. Yeah, Regulus's personality. I like how you called it Regulus's loudness. Honestly, that is what it is.
As fate reveals,
Regulus is loud.
the number is 6.
Just as Miss Recoleta predicted.
Yeah, and clock it. Make sure everyone heard that. Just as Reguleta predicted. Regulus is probably having the time of her life with Fatutu during this chapter. There's no way she didn't get time off.
Do it again.
She said that's a coincidence. Do it again. Again. Okay. We'll do it again.
La 13ª cara. Una cadencia
Recoleta's
desconcertante,
kinda
sin un
horrifying
verdadero
right now.
principio ni fin. La 4ª cara. Un hombre que se ahogaba usó el último de sus fuerzas para nadar a la seguridad, solo para descubrir que había confundido un espejo con la superficie del agua.
I do see the character trailers when I edit the intros, so I did see Regulus in that. I didn't watch it, I just like got clips from it. But I want to react to character trailers now. Regulus is in this chapter. It's been 0 days since Regulus got thrown in jail. Oh, would
La
not be
17ª
surprised.
cara cojeaba
And then
hacia
she
el
could have a
distante
reunion
oasis,
with the
solo para que la débil humedad
diggers.
y la inquietante quietud revelaran cruelmente que era la 6ª
Oh,
cara.
whoops.
Otro pilar roto con grietas idénticas a la última. Confirmó la hipótesis de la
He is
investigadora
shaking
de
that thing.
paracausalidad. Este lugar solía ser un edificio circular.
He is shaking it.
Is that enough? I've almost finished the entire chapter.
It's not possible.
One coincidence after another begins to stir into an uproar. Recoletta's predictions. I can't stop winning. I can't stop winning. The coincidence appears endless. The coincidences appears endless.
Who are you?
Who are you? So now you're gonna listen to literally anything she said?
I'm sorry if this comes as a shock to you, but I did warn you, Octavia. Now it's proven. The Die of Babylon is anything but the so-called randomness of fate.
Or maybe you could just predict it or whatever.
Have you been sent here by some god? Or are you a hobby prophet?
Alright. Let's not stray too far from reality. I think Regulus got a vacation after. That's what I was saying. I think she took some paid time off for
Have
sure.
you brought this knowledge to save us?
She's taking some PTO.
Or to shatter our beliefs?
With Fatutu,
our world.
exactly. A question destined never to need an answer. She lets her eyes fall into the cardboard box and onto the 20-sided die. The ridiculousness of its nature comes starkly visible.
What is this thing in my hand? What are we? What is this prison?
Oh no, she's actually gonna start questioning everything.
I don't know if it's some kind of
This is
sorcery or
after
arcane
work in
skill,
patch 2.4. Also
but it's
for that
unfathomable.
chapter development. Character development. I mean, yes. Yes. I love Regulus.
I'll take you to the physician.
She's my favorite
Not because of your
character.
earlier request, but because the situation has escalated beyond my means.
You see the way they all talk to Recoleta? Yeah, we're gonna do this, not because of you though, but because I wanna. Yeah, we're gonna do this, but not because you asked, because I wanna go. So, what character development? She did have character development. Let me remember exactly what happened. The scene was when she was in the radio room. I don't know, was it? It was a radio room, I believe, with Ulrich. And I think Ulrich thought that Regulus was gonna just like, he was telling Regulus to leave. And Regulus said, no, I'm not gonna go. I'm gonna stay. I will not go. I will stay. No, I will not go. I will stay. You know, what is this from? What is that quote from? I will not go. I will stay. Queen Charlotte?
The overseer of the Panopticon will decide how to handle your situation.
I wanted to try the game at launch, specifically her character EP. Remember Regulus? Got me wondering who Regulus was. I'm telling you, Regulus should be the cover of the game. But it's fair that it's Soneto. Soneto's very, very unique looking.
To be honest,
not in a bad way.
Miss
Like,
Recoleta,
her hair and everything.
I wasn't sure you'd be able to correctly predict everything.
But Regulus is the real mascot.
Timekeeper, are you saying that
Sorry,
you risked
Soneto.
everything on a hunch?
Soneto's character design is very unique, is what I meant.
It worked.
Yeah.
Didn't it?
Come with me. Dr. Merlin's office is in the central tower.
The way Verton's the only reason why we move forward. For her part, the now vindicted writer follows at the end of the line. Oh,
En la sexta versión de mi novela,
I actually
todos
love
en
to
el
see the
pueblo
side
mueren
story
a causa del
Regulus is
dado de
doing
Babilonia.
in Buenos
Porque
Aires
solo la
with
muerte
Ulrich for Tutu
puede
and
cerrar el
Baccarola
ciclo de la
because it just
historia.
sounds fun. There's so many things where I want them to do like a side. I want them to bring back certain characters because it's like, to me, that's the one thing. Like, I see them bring back like some characters, but I'm like, more, Papa, more movie.
Y carcelero.
I want to
Eres el
see
empleado del
Baccarola
banco,
again.
¿verdad?
I want to learn more about
Entonces,
Fatutu.
al final,
Oh wait, whoops.
también sufrirás un
So in the
colapso
end-
como el empleado del banco.
So in the end,
Cuando se da
will you
cuenta
also
de
have
que
a
él
meltdown?
y el pescador de
Like
dunas son la misma
the
persona.
bank clerks does when he realizes that he and the Dune Cascader are the same
If
person.
all of this is tied to the rise and fall of sanity, then, as its creator,
Bringing back characters for skins, not just for skins, but like for more lore. Papa, more lore. Regulus, I always envision as a stand-in for the player. Someone not familiar with the world of Reverse 1999, while Verton is the actual protagonist with more knowledge. True.
I will get to the bottom of this.
Wait, so what she was saying was, does Alf not know he's 2-in-1? He's a 2-in-1 package deal? Does he not? Does he not know that? Oh, we're only at 12. Okay, guys, we need to stay focused. I think we'll be able to finish it in the next hour. Who? Alf? Does he not know that he's a 2-in-1 package deal? Does he think... I don't know. Is that what she was saying? So when they find out they're one person, he's gonna lose it? I think. After that, I attended several more literary salons and wrote things I had never dared to write before. Miss Octavia, however, never made an appearance. I didn't see her for quite some time. That was until I followed some prisoners to a large hall and heard her voice among a group of unfamiliar inmates. Lose it? You'd be surprised. She noticed me and greeted me warmly. She told me she had been working on some new intertitatives. She told me her hopes to gather more support to improve conditions in the prison and initiate a spiritual shift towards realism and resistance. Regulus definitely changed from a runaway rock and roll pirate to a researcher who stays and fights alongside her friend. Exactly. I completely agree with that. I truly believe back then that everyone was heading in the right direction. And I've had the script for my Soneto video essay for, I think, since last year. And I just haven't recorded the video. Hopefully soon, guys. Like, I have so many scripts just on the back burner. I have one for Verton, and it literally goes all the way through the story with evidence and instances of character development. However, I am lazy and overworked and underpaid. So, I have yet to do it, but I will on one tranquil day next to the beach in the Bahamas. Okay, but that's a joke, but it will come eventually. I truly believed back then that everything was heading in the right direction. Regulus started as a comedy character, but she became a more serious character as time goes on. To be fair, hear me out. I feel like every character in Team Vertin has had character development. One, I feel like Druvis had her character development at the beginning in the first 4 chapters. That was definitely a Druvis character development moment. Regulus had hers recently in 2.4. So Neto's had hers in the first 4 chapters. Sotheby had hers, I would say, in 2.2. And Vertin developed as a child. So as well as I'd say like the chapters where she was a kid and got her trauma. But you know, so to me, that's how I see their character arc so far. Actually, that'd be a cool video. Maybe I should make a video about that. I'd love to see a coming of age story where Regulus and Apple meet for the first time, become the close duo we know at the start of the Remnant Cup story prologue. Sylvie had some more character development in her anecdote as well, if I recall correctly. I need to read anecdotes. I did one anecdote recap and then I stopped. But I don't know when Sotheby's anecdote occurs in the timeline. I need to check it out for sure. Before all eyes, the host of the assembly, the idealist, steps up to the podium. I kind of miss his crazy self. By the randomness of fate, they have gathered here to participate in the Komala Congress. Before the eyes of destiny, historians and astrologers alike, I now declare a new rule amendment. A duel before a crowd of eager eyes, a winner awarded 10 pounds of gold, and the loser left with 10 flies to descend upon him. That's crazy. Where the Kamala Congress convenes, we shall assign 2 members of La Sociedad this noble mission, a duel decreed by fate. Am I saying, and I'm saying that as the person working on a full verse 1999 timeline document, are you thinking about doing a video version? Like a full timeline? What I'm thinking is that for 3.0, no, that's too soon. No, wait. Actually, maybe. I reference your document for sure, but I tell, oh, the versions is in the cards as well. A video version is in the cards. Ooh, I want. I was thinking of retelling the whole Reverse 99 story in timeline order, but I realize how insane that sounds. I'll need to dedicate so much of my life to that I don't think I'm ready to do. I saw Azrael do that for Zenless, and I'm like, I would love to do that for Reverse, but that is too much work. That's too much work. Someone else would have to edit that for sure. I don't think I could sit there and edit that. I don't think I can. Doris hears the faint click of a small box object rattling inside a box. Huh? I read that so wrong. Jose Julio, step forward and draw the sharpest blade of your literary thought. According to the rules, I will preside over the duel. They just get bored. I just think he was bored. Like, you're telling me this isn't bored? What bored people do? The video version will not be as in-depth as the document. For the document, I'm putting down every detail relevant or mentioned in the lore. Yes, you handle that. I don't think I could do all that. I thought about it and then I realized that's crazy for me to do. So yes, I'll definitely, when the video version is out, let me know so I can one, watch it, and two, shout it out. I still don't understand the entire storylines of Reverse. Honestly, I agree. I agree. Prepare yourselves. The absurd, fictional, metaphysical duel ends with a fraction of a second. The victorious prisoner receives 10 shining gold pills, while the loser collapses to the floor. Starting with the pre-storm era. Ooh, I want to read about the pre-storm era. The crowd erupts into chaos. Octavia cries, rising above the crowd.
What's going on?
Mr. Julio, he's having another seizure.
Miss Erd, please, Julio needs your help.
Yo, and y'all still want to ration medication out and do duels like this? Do they know they're mentally ill? Like, do they know that? I don't think they do. Because their ideas of fun is just not fun. I would just want to stay in my room and, like, curl up in my blanket all day and take naps. Octavia, you know this is all part of the randomness of fate. What's random is these ideas. The randomness of fate? She doesn't argue back as she usually would. Instead, she stands frozen in place, as if stunned. What's the matter, Miss Octavia? This is an emergency. I require your assistance. Answer me, Octavia. Why are you trying to change Julio's fate? Oh, nah, he had to go. This is... what the heck? Because no one should die like this.
I don't want him to die.
Please, Miss Octavia, help me so I can help him.
Storytelling Reverse 99 is good, but connecting with the story from different timelines is really confusing. Yeah. I feel like the story in and of itself is good, but I feel like, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of elements that you're gonna be confused about if you don't, like, refresh back and look really deep. Voice cracks, leaving only a sound of her sniffled sobs lingering in the air. What's wrong, Miss Octavia? How's his condition now? Miss Octavia? She remained silent. After a long pause, she cast the heavy stone into the bottomless water. Miss Erd.
Mr. Julio is gone. He left us the moment the duel was over.
Huh? How could that be? Seizures can potentially lead to irreversible brain damage, but how could it happen so fast? A precious life, gone so quickly, swept away by something so senseless, lost in nonsensical duel. What exactly is the so-called Congress? Some kind of punitive system unique to Kamala Prison? But how can someone's life be decided by something so absurd? Are we simply meant to surrender to a fate so twisted, no matter how absurd it is? Is it so irrefutable? This isn't the fate I seek. It is a distortion of it. It's my fault for not finding a better way. I used to think Mr. Julio didn't care about anything but his own novel. Wait! Is he the guy from earlier that was he having, like, the guy who, like, was like, when I get out, yada 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 yada? Was that him? And now he died. I'm pretty sure it was him. I'm pretty sure he was talking about, like, wanting to get out or something along those lines. Or something. I don't know. But either way, this is really sad. I never imagined my ideas would mean anything to him. But he was the first person in La Sociedad to support me. But that really was an irreversible fate. A fate granted to Mr. Julio by the Die of Babylon. The Die of Babylon. So if we're talking about the meaning of it, Isn't this based off of the wall? And didn't the wall get torn down? So isn't that like kind of metaphorical? This is a guy from before Vertin came to this prison. Yeah. I mean, like from the other Erd stories. I think she was here when Julio first got here. So she saw Julio get here, like Erd. And like Julio at that moment, I think he was talking about when he gets out. And then now he's just died. So Erd pretty much saw like the whole, like his whole time being here. In her 60 days in. The pre-storm era includes a knight's anecdote flashback, DK, Charlie, and attendee's anecdote, Lucy, Andronala, and two curious character stories, as well as Winsong's story. Dang. And the Three Doors story. Dang. Nah, I'm so excited for whatever you cook up. Because I have no idea. Maybe, you know, I'm just spitballing ideas. I should read. Her question is left unanswered. The host of the salon goes on. Cleo has stepped off the endless staircase and reached the silent water. He has become a calm water, dissolved into his own pond. Let us offer our blessing, our silence, our farewell, into his mermaid. So that rock that fell into the water, did they throw him into the water? Or like what happened to him? And this doesn't include any important dates mentioned in the daily log and facts. There is so much going on with the story. And let us imagine that Julio's literary career was a happy one. The hall remains deathly silent, no applause, no response.
A life is taken, and that's all you have to say?
You really don't care whether we live or die, do you, idealists? And all of you, don't any of you have anything to say? Why are you all just standing there? If we hadn't kept rejecting the physician's treatment, maybe Julio wouldn't have. Rejecting? How ridiculous. You have no clue what that deep human skin is capable of. Will reach into your mind and mold it like clay, reshaping it until it becomes your prison. In the realm of fiction, fate, unreality, the dissolute bro. Yep. Okay. The dissolution of the ego is inevitable and irreversible. Therefore, we must not resist the ending dealt to us by the die of Babylon. But like, isn't it fated to fall? So y'all's reality and everything will just fall. Do you ever know what you're talking about? I never truly understood you, idealists. I will find a better way. I must rewrite this tragic tale. If the die tells the prison to do nothing, Octavia would be most likely person to say, we can't just sit here and do nothing. Why is Octavia getting mad about it? She's the one who didn't help Dora cheat the patient. I agree. I feel like I don't know what's up with. I feel like I don't know what's up with her. Like, I don't understand her. Besides, your tedious talk of social responsibility should have been plunged long ago. Modern Latin America belongs to visceral oh my gosh, I'm just gonna skip all this. I can't read that. They're having a word off right now. They're having a word off. Yes, I see it clearly now. Your tyranny has driven everyone to ruin. Well, let me tell you something. I'm not leaving. I'll establish a new literary movement right here in Comala. Right here in La Sociedad de Poetas de la América. Girl, if you don't get an acronym. And we will use our literature to rescue the inmates who suffer all around us.
I've had enough of your condescending stone-hearted ego and your pompous sophistry.
I feel like, here's how I interpreted that scene. So how I interpreted it was she wanted to help, but by the time what's her name, Erd was even able to do anything, he was already dead. So I think that's why she was quiet, because like he was already like gone. So like she was like, well, there's nothing we can do. I think that's how I interpreted it. But like I feel like I can't get a good read on her at all. Like I don't know what like she's about. Cause like first she's like, we gotta follow the dye, and then now she's like, but we can't, but we can't let this happen, and we can't let that happen. But she don't do nothing about it. She just listens to the idealist while also talking trash. Like
he'll only bring misfortune upon us with his constant.
Has she ever
about
put action to her
realism?
words? Like, I feel like she's all talk to me. Like I don't know. I hope I never see you again. Miss Erd, we have to get you out of here. Another second around, this maniac might just doom us all. But like, I'm like, you clearly don't like him, but you don't do nothing.
Only the physician, the true overseer of this prison, can save us from this situation. Please join our society, Miss Torres.
So is that why she likes the physician? Because that's... The idealist is the physician's op. I've always spoken with the jailer. As long as we follow the rule... I've already spoken with the jailer. As long as we follow the rules and help them manage Camilla, we'll be free to discuss literature.
Forgive me, Miss Octavia. While I truly appreciate your kind offer, I'm afraid my conversation with the physician must remain private.
Why?
Please answer me this question first. From what you've seen, you'd say this prison is circular in shape, yes?
Yes.
Then tell me, at the center of this structure, is there a watchtower? What? Impossible. You guessed it exactly. And the destination is somewhere inside the watchtower. How did you know?
I've had such a lovely time here. So much so that I almost forgot what I came for.
She's just all talk. She hates the idealist, but she ended up following his rules and changed nothing about his rules. Exactly. That's what I was thinking, yes. Like, I'm like, at the end of the day, she, like, doesn't do anything. Which, I mean, I guess that's another way. Honestly, it might be symbolism in a way, you know? She might want to mentally break free from it, but she can't. She kind of like feels bound to it in a way, as much as she doesn't want to. But I just feel like she's like, to me, the fourth highest, if not the third highest person in power. I would say that a tie for the top would be the idealist in her, and then the physician at the top, and the jailer under her. I swear, the jailer does not do anything. So, I don't know. I feel like she needs to speak up more and actually put some action behind her words. Which is precisely why I must put an end to this cruel farce masquerade as fate. Do you intend to rebel against the Watchtower's gaze, just like the idealist? You must understand me, Miss Octavia.
That inescapable gaze, and the permanent theme of fate.
To get closer to the truth I seek, I have no choice but to meet the administrator that young lady spoke of. Idealist rule is keeping the prison sane, so she can't risk breaking the balance.
You've decided to save the people here with your own hands, in your own way.
But his
And so
way of
have I.
keeping it sane
There
is
are things I
absolutely
must face
insane.
alone.
Though she is well used to death, the pain of Julio's passing still lingers in her heart, causing her to say these words that don't quite feel like herself.
I see.
I'm pretty sure Julio had like dreams
Lend me
and
your
stuff,
palm.
and now he doesn't get to
I'll
accomplish
draw you the way to
any
his
of them.
office. Good luck to you.
Which is one thing
And to all of us.
that I notice in reverse stories, when they do something, it's always something tragic happens to a certain character you've been following, but haven't realized you've been following the
Farewell,
entire
Miss
time.
Octavia. I truly hope all goes well for you in the days ahead.
It's very interesting. As Octavia retreats slowly, Fading into the distance, she quietly
And in
adds,
your journey, finding answers about fate, too.
Right. Like, girl. Just be you. Do what you want to do. Alright. We're at 12 now. Let's go. Do what you want to do. Just be yourself. The otherwise tidy room is covered in fine scratches and small, unidentifiable stains. Ew. Let me just say. And the smell of disinfectant lingers in the air, mixed with mildew.
Wait here a moment. I'll report the situation and your request to Dr. Merlin. However, since he's always busy, I can't guarantee he'll agree to meet you.
Bro.
But I'll do my best to persuade him.
He's just in there freaking doing nothing. The Jaguar's figure shrinks out the slinks out through the inner door.
Now's our chance, Sonetto.
What?
Our chance? What do you mean, Timekeeper?
Inverted. Now, Sonetto. And then Sonetto. Huh? What? All these writers are treated with unfair judgment. So it's no wonder she believes in a fair judgment of the random die. True.
It's unlikely that the jailer will let us search the central tower, even in this situation. We should take the initiative and look for clues while she's away.
I see, Timekeeper. I will do my best.
Sonetto swiftly conducts a thorough, unauthorized search. Sonetto is only willing to break the rules if Vertin says so.
Thank you for your assistance, Miss Recoleta. Without your precise predictions,
Vertin says
we wouldn't
Sonetto
be standing here now.
look through his cabinets.
I haven't yet grasped the connection
She
between
said,
the die,
Captain.
your novel, and what's happening in this place. But by process of elimination, it's almost certain that
Vertin
your
is
pen
turning
pal,
Sonetto
Aleph,
into
is right behind this
rebel.
door.
One command at a time.
Sometimes I envy your decisiveness, Vertin. I'm sure many people have praised this special talent of yours.
I mean, that's why she's in charge.
Are you alright?
That's why she's
You
big
don't
bitch.
seem as excited as when we first entered Kamala.
Because this place is insane. Recoleta holds her gaze on the tightly shut door, uncertain whether she hopes it will open now or ever again. It's like what Two-Face said in the Batman movie. It's random, but it's fair.
The all-seeing
Actually,
sentinel of the Panopticon.
I might
Veiled
title
within the
my
central
video
tower.
like that. That
If
might
it
be
truly
the
is
title
Aleph,
of the final video. I'm taking a picture. Thank you.
I don't know how to face such a terrifying and increasingly plausible reality.
Sorry to interrupt, but... Timekeeper, I think you'll want to see these.
Signed Erd. This is a letter from Dr. Dorez.
And he's been keeping it this entire time. He probably met her too and stuff. The delicate signature matches the one in the manuscript folder.
Her handwriting. It's as beautiful as I'd imagined. Who is it
Not
addressed
the
to?
handwriting.
Dear
man.
Mr. Aleph.
Aleph? Looks like Dorez and Aleph are acquaintances. Or at least, they've had some correspondence.
He's had other pen pals.
Dear Mr. Aleph, my apologies if this reaches you at an inconvenient time. I am Dorez, pen name Erd, an ordinary inmate of the Panopticon of Kamala. I write seeking your guidance, if you wouldn't mind offering it to me.
Wait, so Doris knows she's Erd? Before, she acted like she didn't even know who Erd was back in 2.2.
I heard from the physician.
She's like,
Dr. Merlin.
well, then again, she probably does know. She probably just keep it secret.
You have the answer to every question. A statement which has been echoed by the idealist and the other inmates. I have something I wish to ask you. What exactly is your role at the prison? Chief Warden? A secret backer? An observer who dominates the prison? Are you truly the supreme ruler of the Panopticon of Kamala?
Doris is a capture of Manus. Is she not? Yeah. She is, but Igor knows her. Igor knows her. He knows Erd. But back then when he was saying like Erd, oh my god. She was like, who? What? Huh? And now she's like, I'm Erd. Yeah. Like she's probably faking it. I don't know. Maybe she was playing dumb. And then now we know Matilda's mom is kind of working with Manus, but not really. So I mean, the way everything's unfolding is insane. Cause Matilda's like, Mom, where are you? And she's just like erasing people's memories and stuff.
Dear Erd, I do indeed have answers for every question, including yours. I'm afraid every one of your speculations is off the mark. I am merely an inmate who chose to imprison himself here.
He's a lawyer who's trying to change the corrupted city, but the city betrayed him and turned him into this monster that believes in fairness of a coin. You know what they say? What is it about being the hero and then living to see yourself become the villain?
And allow me to point out that your identity isn't as ordinary as you claim. Why is it that you, my fellow inmate and guest of Manus Vindictae, are so interested in Komala?
Dr. Doris? A guest of Manus Vindictae?
A muffled shattering of glass interrupts their reading.
It came from inside the room. Do you think they're okay?
No. Well, we still don't know what happened directly after the scene where Matilda saw her mom was missing in 2.0. Thankfully, we know that Matilda was safe by the time Chinatown story occurs. True. But like the thing with her mom, isn't that her mom at the end of 2.5? Because Matilda's mom was the one that sent that girl with the glasses to take the things from the foundation and then sell them off. And then she erased her memory. And that's why the girl was like, You're Bobo's daughter to Matilda? And Matilda was like, yeah. I don't know you, but... So she's kind of working with Manus, but not really. I think is what they were saying. They were like, oh, yeah, die being a hero or live long enough to be... Okay. I thought you were on to something, Ethan. I can't... Maybe shift with her gun.
The jailer and the physician! What happened?
The door defies any attempt at an answer, sealing
I'm
all
not sure.
Oh my gosh.
But it could be bad. Come on. Let's go in and see if they're alright.
She definitely did. I wonder where she found the girl with the glasses too. An unlocked door leads to another room, more discreet and oppressive than the last. A cold operating table lies in the center, surrounded by scattered bottles and medical instruments.
It seems we've stumbled upon the physicians.
And to think Matilda's mom could be in cahoots with Eternity, right? She's like, I know someone. And you know what? That's kind of girl bossy.
The
I actually love
office.
that.
I should have known.
Because Eternity Tenant, Matilda's mom.
Is this an operating room?
The trio.
As if this prison wasn't bizarre enough already.
The way she wanted to stay the winter here, I still can't believe it. I still can't. Inside the narrow operating room, the Jaguar reacts badly to their intrusion.
Didn't I tell you to wait outside? What do you think you're doing barging in like this?
Why don't you answer?
We were just worried about your safety, jailer.
Right.
Enough. Get out of...
Quiet.
Oh. Girl, you don't even call the shots in this prison. Oh.
The reptilian complex governs all our fundamental functions. Our heartbeat, breathing, fight or flight responses, and our territory and hierarchy awareness. Our primitive ancestors, like reptiles and birds, followed such instincts to survive.
Brazil's mom has been pretty powerful to mind control someone from a far distance and to avoid the Foundation. Exactly.
Through millions of years of evolution,
she's kind of a girl boss.
We developed the limbic
I see where
system.
Matilda gets it from.
This processes emotions and forms memories. It allows us to feel fear, sadness, anger, joy. Our behaviors are given meaning. Now it's the neocortex that makes up more than 2/3 of our total brain volume.
He's like...
Language, perception, logical reasoning, abstract thought. This is what forms the complexity of human nature.
I like how we go from Baccarola to this.
We try to understand both the world and ourselves. We are forever setting goals, one after another. And all this, these multitudes, happens within the confines of the skull, in the tight folds of the crowded cerebral cortex.
Is he performing surgery?
Such a delicate
Is
and
he
elaborate
doing
organ.
a lobotomy?
Were it unable to forget, what would come of it? Can this space, no larger than the palm of my hand, truly accommodate dozens of people at once?
Sir. Hey, jailer. What the hecky? At last, the physician sets down his operating scissors and needles, signaling the end of the surgery. Yet, at the same time, the old machine issues an alarm, signaling that his patient's vital signs are wavering.
What's happened to the patient? It looks like he's dying.
Her anxiety raises as the question goes unanswered on the screen. The last waveform disappears, leaving a constant flat tone.
¿Fracasó la cirugía?
Hey, he might just be practicing. He might just be a practicing doctor. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Nonsense. The surgery was a tremendous success.
Okay. He died.
I have erased his debilitating hysteria and restored order to the Panopticon.
You killed him. Is that what...
What are you trying to achieve by barging in here?
The way he said, he just... This is just a fancy way of saying you've killed him. You didn't have to even do all that. Everyone here has a freaking weapon. The man behind the operating table stares at the uninvited guest and pigtickenly, but does not give them a chance to respond. While in this reverse idea in Maryland, he is not minding. As we know, the madness is winning in the storyline so far, but I think Matilda's mom is going to be the secret card that turns it around. Just my theory. I agree with that theory. Keep this man far away from assault. It's true.
Forget it. The next operation requires my attention.
Next? There's someone else.
Jailer, show them out.
Who's signing up
Bring
for
me the
this
next patient in
surgery?
15 minutes.
Patient?
I'm sorry, Miss Burton. I'm afraid you have to leave now.
He is so annoying. Just talk. Recoletta steps forward, blocking their path. There is a hint of pleading in her voice.
Please, just let us speak with you. It'll only take a moment. I have something very important I need to ask.
Next victim. Her question is not given time to take shape.
Important. Nothing is of greater importance than my experiments in the Panopticon, outsiders.
The way he calls surgery experiments. Which one is it, bro? They can't... Well,
To ensure they continue, the stability of time and schedule is absolutely paramount.
Experiments in the Panopticon. So you really are the controller of the prison, then?
Sorry.
Controller? What an
What the
outdated
heck?
notion. Superficial, really.
Alright, what do you want to be called? Doctor, Professor,
The
Patrick,
Panopticon has no
physician?
need for such power, regardless of who occupies the central tower, or even if no one's there at all. Every
So they
inmate
just
is
giving
both the
everyone
observer
a
and the
degree
observed,
nowadays, or what's
both
going
wielders
on?
and subjects of
Physician.
power.
They just give anyone a freaking license.
Achieving such a state requires no physical or violent measures. The structure of the Panopticon itself is the mechanism which sustains it. Komala is simply a manifestation of this
You know that from Chinatown event that Matilda's mom has the artifact required to do the. Oh yeah. She does. But it's just like, what is she gonna do?
Once I confirm
Matilda's
its feasibility
mom
and
really
adaptability, this model can be applied to
making
any
her
functional
appearance
setting
here
with
and
only
there.
minor modifications. So far, it has proven to be far superior to any current system of governance in our world.
So far, she hasn't really worked with Manus per se. But I think that's what they were speculating. But I don't think she's actually even working with them at all.
Curse it. Why am I wasting time explaining this to you? Time is running out.
Time is of the essence. The investigator keenly senses the key within his words.
Dr. Marlin, you keep mentioning time. What exactly do you mean by that?
Yeah, timekeeper would know. That's her favorite word.
Really? You need to ask? Even those oily-headed lunatics know it.
Dang, how about instead of doing shampoo by RNG, get them some no. Would it be anti-dandruff shampoo? They RNG the shampoo. Not everyone's gonna have oily hair. Also, it's very ironic coming from you.
The end of this era is imminent, is it not?
Indeed, that word was so close to being spoken. Vert said, got it.
You know about the storm?
Vert, oh, here comes the music. Oh, play the music, bro.
That's what you
Braving
call it,
the
is it?
storm.
A storm
That might be the
that washes
Arcana
everything
rival
away.
incident. Arcana needs a rival, to be honest. Like, she needs someone who can actually 1v1 her. Verton's not doing the job.
You employees of the St. Pavlov Foundation should know better than I. Soon, this era and everything in it will cease to exist.
Okay, who told you that?
I must prove the feasibility of the Panopticon model before this place is turned to ruins. Or something even more unrecognizable.
Should we need a cut of
The storm that washes everything away? Verton,
Oh,
what on earth are you two talking about?
About a book. It's called Braving the Storm, written by, what do we tell her? The conversation extends beyond even the most imaginative creations of the aspiring writer. How do we approach this?
No one can predict the era to which we will be reversed.
Yeah.
I have seen the eras change time and time again. The transformation of this place.
Wait, so you've
over
just been
and
here,
over.
chilling?
But no matter which era each of these 9 storms, as you call them, has taken us back
How
to,
wonderful Matilda's
Cordeismo
mom is.
continues
I
to
think she's gonna
plague
be
this
rival
land.
to Arcana. Oh, powerful. I heard that was wonderful. She's wonderful too. I'm excited to see what Matilda's mom looks like.
Dependency theorists, martyred revolutionists.
She
I've
over
seen
here
them all.
put her kid in the foundation.
You, young
so...
writer, are no different
well,
from those
allowed her kid to
intellectuals
join
who
the
were swept
foundation,
away
so
in the
there's
rain.
no way she's against it.
There is no romance in this era. Only the repeated cycles of madness and brutality. An endless, meaningless struggle.
I mean, it would always look like that to me if I lived in this prison.
Only in this forgotten corner can we momentarily escape the plundering of the marauders and the chaos they unleash. Although it won't be long before this place is looted by those oily-headed lunatics.
If you don't just get them shampoo, Mr. Oilyhead.
Just as it has countless times before, on this land as rich as silver.
Put them all in straight jackets. How are they supposed to wash their hair? He mutters to himself. They
But
probably
there
don't
is
even
still
shower, to
hope.
be real.
Even in a
I
wasteland,
did not see a bathroom.
we may still
anywhere.
be saved. As long as I uncover the path to transcendentality, I will find the ultimate answer. Ugh, I've already wasted far too much time on you. Leave, now.
Just because you said so? Or like... The physician turns away, beginning preparation for the next surgery, organizing his worn-out instruments.
You heard him. Please don't press things any further.
Are you not in charge of him? Why is he telling you what to do?
All right, Senor.
What the heck?
I get it. Obviously, you don't want to discuss my novel with me anymore. So I won't insist upon it. All the letters we wrote to one another. All those inspiring revisions and suggestions. I guess they meant nothing to you.
Oh. Her voice wavers. Rejection, closed doors, harsh critiques. This proves more devastating than all of them together. She's... Girl, did you not hear the crap he just said? And out of all that, this is all she cares about still? Which I get it, but... She's like, all that was none of my business, but you don't like my book? You don't want to talk about my book anymore? That's what that felt like a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. And you know what? She's real for that. If I had to hear all that and try and comprehend it, I wouldn't try to either.
But there's still something I must tell you. Jailer, could you please allow us a private conversation with the facility?
What is life without getting to live it? True.
With Aleph.
Hearing this, the physician stops.
Leave us, jailer. I'll spare these outsiders 5 minutes.
He's like, you know my pen name? The jailer is just getting walked over. Doormat jailer. The jaguar turns to leave, her face revealing the uncharacteristic sorrow as she lingers on the other girls one last time. This time, she offers no words. What is the point of being in charge? So is her charge to just keep is her job to just keep recollecting out of the prison? And that's it? Now we are on part 13. So, let us see. Master of the Labyrinth. Only the steady beeping of a heart monitor keeps the eerie silence at bay. Not this song. Making Recoleta feel a little delulu.
Dr. Merlin, or should I say Aleph, I don't know why you're using my novel to manipulate the Panopticon. But you need to know that it won't serve your purpose, whether in fiction or reality. You claim that the inmates are both the observer and the observed, and both wielders and subjects of power. How could you be so blind as to not see the true state of the Panopticon? The inmates haven't achieved any perfect order. No, they've devolved into pitiful caricatures of themselves, performers in some endless pantomime to be watched from the central tower. Even their medication has become a prop to demonstrate the so-called randomness of fate in the theater that is the Panopticon.
She is not about this, bro.
This farce hasn't made the Panopticon a better place. No, it has warped it into a twisted theater of cruelty, where the sick are denied treatment and left to quietly perish in the dark corners of its halls.
Right?
And literature has died alongside them. This prison is a monster, born under the gaze of this all-seeing power.
So he's kind of like low-key manipulated this whole place just to fulfill his experiments. And Ophelia over here thinks that he's doing it because he cares about fairness and orderliness
Aleph,
and all that.
Is this truly the ultimate answer you've been searching for?
The physician suddenly seems startled, stepping back and accidentally knocking over his tools.
What? Are you suggesting that this is the answer I've reached?
She's asking. I think she asked a question.
That my experiment has been a failure all along, and I've been too blind to see it?
Is that what she said?
No.
I don't know. She uses
Impossible.
big words.
Foucault's theory is flawless.
Oh gosh, this music says one thing. Someone is about to go on a crazy tangent. Having his life work denied is something he cannot tolerate. The man searches the tabletop with feigned composure, but in doing so, he unintentionally sweeps all the surgical tools onto the floor.
I have removed every obstacle to the running of this prison. It is pure, sacrosanct. I have constantly re-evaluated the system, adjusting my instructions to my subordinates to ensure the most efficient maintenance of the established order. And now, you stand here and tell me that everything I've done has been meaningless from the very beginning?
She really just said, like, everything you're doing is kind of crazy.
That the power model I have implemented has already been replaced by an alternative? No, outsiders. The perfect order of the Panopticon shall not be disrupted. I will not be swayed by your lies.
Oh, he gives me the mad ick.
This facility is superior to all others. Nothing here escapes my notice.
Alright, it's all according to plan. Type beat. Got it. At last, in a barely noticeable corner, he finds the 20-sided die, retched in black myth.
That said, it isn't easy to work a miracle, as we all know. I shall personally verify it, all myself.
Is he using... Oh. All of his emotions dissolve as he grips the die. The narrow operating room shakes as if responding to him, emitting a distorted screech.
What's happening?
Good question, Burton. I also want to know what's happening.
Visitors from another era.
Oh, animation.
You have come here with plagued ideologies in an attempt to break the subtle balance of the Panopticon. But did you not notice the tiles beneath your feet?
Burton always stands just to gain aura.
Constantly changing right before your eyes.
Like, Burton could be standing
This
like
room,
Soneto, but no, just aura farming with their cool outfit and suitcase.
You have blindly wandered through them, seeing them as nothing more than the building blocks of a monotonous labyrinth. But this place was not born from the chaotic imaginings of a madman. No. Every inch has been crafted through the meticulous harnessing of order and power. Every wisp of spider silk drifting in the wind. Every speck of rust on the gallery rail. Every detail of the Panopticon has been built by my own hands. With this ever-shifting die, concepts may be transformed into reality, and ideals into substance. I observe the movement of every entity, the passage of every second. The moment you entered this realm, you too became subjects of my experiment.
How do I express that? Sometimes when this guy talks... No. How do I express that? It's like...
Battery checked.
I'm not running a team. The great part about this game is that you don't have to run a team.
It depends on the budget.
I'm just gonna run my best ladies.
I'm here for a worn tooth.
And this isn't even a boss fight.
And now, I belong to this set.
And we're gonna call it that.
Keep
But
the
anyway,
sample.
I'm telling you, when certain characters start talking like that, I'm like, oh, they're just talking.
Admit it. This is all getting out of hand. Impossible!
Oh.
All is under the die's control.
Oh, inner turmoil.
What may appear to be chaos is nothing more than a temporary deviation.
Relax.
And a good point.
All right.
No other study could show you this. Calculating distance.
So, like, which one's Alf and which one's Merlin? You know.
And
charging.
The benefits of field mapping.
Wham.
Confirm the coordinates.
Wham. Oh.
It's special, precise, perfect.
Uh-huh.
It is far from perfect.
Oh.
You know that as well as I.
Clock it.
Why else would we be conducting this experiment?
Victory? Okay. But
what does it mean to us? I mean, what does it prove? What does it mean to us?
This happened when the Idealist was attacked too.
Things.
Oh. Focus.
To think we've been trapped in a prison fabricated by a dye all this time.
So this place isn't real? Oh my gosh, we're literally back at Tuesday's hotel.
Did the physician really build all this with such a small, simple object?
Oh my gosh, we're at Tuesday's hotel again.
The distortion is getting worse. Prepare yourselves to fight or flee.
Probably both. The situation begins to spiral out of control. No, now everything in the room screeches and twists until they become a mass of meaningless black and white lines.
Please, Dr. Merlin, stop this.
So no one I've met was real today?
No. You're asking for the impossible.
I mean, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad
Not
thing.
all of the Panopticon is destined to permeate all of society. Such insignificant interferences could never plunge it into chaos. But it already has.
I probably have something to do in...
You failed.
I probably have something to do with why some of the words were glitching.
I have not failed. As long as I keep the prison running.
Because this place doesn't even really exist. So maybe some of those things were like concepts that kind of break this reality. The physician fiddles with the die, muttering baffling and incoherent words to himself.
It isn't your power model running the prison. It's the die. It's simply a form of magic, unrelated to the microphysics of
like
power you seek. It provides no aid in your experimentation with power. It's a false hope. A castle in the sky given to you by the military junta and Manus Vindictae.
Yep. Is that... This is my guess. Is that one of the stolen items?
Manus Vindictae?
So Neto, don't act surprised.
So you really are working with them?
Yeah.
What exactly do you intend to do?
That die screamed Manus Vindictae. It might actually be theirs. I don't know if it's a stolen... Oh. They might have spray painted it, their colors. I don't know.
Then I've also failed.
Huh?
I've ended up a pathetic fool.
Good thing I didn't understand anything before, because none of it was real.
Just like the idealist, chasing visceral realism.
I got the gist of it, though.
Seeking the fountain of youth, and Zahir obsessing over the one-sided coin. When did it all start falling apart, Alan? When the doorknob loosened? When the prisoner's wounds started to fester? Or when the daily disinfectant concentration reached 28 milligrams? Or the crack in the second gray brick on the wall expanded to 6 millimeters? Or was it when Warden Tartuffe left Ushuaia with news of the Foucault Association's dissolution? This place should have been the ideal ground for psychoanalytic practice. Why did they halt all research, all discussion? We've been abandoned, haven't we? By eras old and new, you designed and have maintained everything in Kamala, right down to the smallest detail. But it is these details that trap you. And as the bars close around you, you are losing your name, Merlin.
Oh.
And you're becoming a physician. A man forever imprisoned within these walls.
Oh, wow.
I don't understand. All these false eras are like a dreadful novel with no conclusion. Trying to find answers within such things is, in itself, a mistake. Much like them, you are destined never to attain transcendentality. Tell me, Olive, does the ultimate answer even exist?
Oh. The die becomes too heavy for him to hold any longer. It drops to the floor. my gosh, my computer can't take this. The distortions and tremors of the prison finally subside, as if the pulse of a massive heart had stopped for an instant. Amid the swirling dust, the girls help each other stand up, but fail to notice the truth revealing itself before them.
Timekeeper, are you alright?
And you too, Recoleta?
Yes, and you? And Miss Recoleta? Are you okay? Miss Recoleta?
The smoke clears, but no one responds. The named girl simply stares in shock at the figure before her.
You're...
What? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
The word utopia derives from Greek. It means no place. People cannot understand the structure of the labyrinth, yet they continue to follow its paths. They cannot comprehend the mechanics of fate, yet they believe in its jurisdiction. As if, by doing so, everything will naturally fall into place. And now, the polar night approaches. How good it is to see you, pen pal.
Something tells me he's not very cool. One of them's in a straitjacket and the other one isn't, so you tell me which one you'd rather be buddies with. I'm like, one of them's in a straitjacket and the other one isn't, so let me think which one's the chill cool one and the...
Where did the physician go? Wait.
So the physician is Merlin. And this is Alf.
Sir? Are you?
Nah. Look at him. Even Merlin didn't have blood on him. No one notices when the unfamiliar prisoner appears. He seems calm and almost ordinary, like an unchanging mirror that has stood here all along, in this room, in this labyrinth, passed unseen by everyone. I'm trying to gauge her emotions right now. The answer she now sees plainly makes her step back in panic. What? But in the end, she says the name out loud. It sounds so heavy, cold, and leaves her at loss.
Aleph. It's you. My pen pal. You are, in fact, in Komala. All those letters, all the ideas we shared, they weren't just my imagination or some prank. Vertin, Soneto, it's all just as I told you.
She went from being terrified to being like, look guys, I didn't lie to you.
They weren't meaningless. They're all real.
Yet, why does she feel no joy?
Sir, are you Aleph, the ruler of this prison? Are you the one controlling the panopticon with the die? The one hiding Miss Dores's whereabouts?
There's no way he doesn't know why she came here.
What curious inquiries. Quite different from the last 2,666 questions I've received.
Alright, so...
My guests, you may call me Aleph, or by any other name, be it a symbol of God's oneness or a farcical epithet. I am merely one of the many prisoners who voluntarily reside here, a single letter in the alphabet of the Panopticon.
A letter? The way you speak is quite different from Dr. Merlin.
Right.
Still, I wonder what your relationship is with him.
Under the dim lighting, the man looks drained of all energy.
But allow me to make a guess. You're Dr. Merlin, aren't you?
I'm afraid that's not entirely accurate, but you may think of it that way. Merlin is a figment born of my mind, an incomplete reenactment.
Oh.
He is me, yes, but not entirely.
Uh-huh.
He, or Rather, they failed to find their answers.
Oh, they?
They fought against their predestined fates, only to be inevitably crushed under their weight. I simply stood by and watched it all unfold.
Oh, you know what?
That was the extent of our relationship.
Alex is a very interesting character.
They?
You've already met Merlin and the Idealist, even witnessed their demise.
You were the Idealist as well? My goodness.
Shackled by the delusions of verses, the Idealist lost his own name.
Oh.
Merlin, too, imprisoned himself within the system of the Panopticon.
So when the Idealist got shot, is that when Marilyn is that when Marilyn came out?
I'm sure their desperate pursuits caused you some trouble. Please
and then
forgive
now
them.
Marilyn kind of lost
After
it.
all,
And
your
then
fleeting
Alpha's
encounters led to the demise of them both.
Sorry.
I think I understand now. The Idealist and the Physician are both parts of you.
So that's
or,
the two people grabbing.
To put it another way, they're your alter egos.
Hey, Lali said love me, Lali said love me. It seems the jailer's diagnosis that the whole prison is mad has been shown to be more accurate than anyone could have imagined.
The physician mentioned Manus Vindictae. What's the relationship between this prison and the Manus?
I mean, he probably
Visitors
knows.
from the Foundation. We all witnessed those eras perish. In 1977, not long before the fourth storm, I arrived in Ushuaia. Shortly after, some members of the National Foucault Studies Association reached out to me. But it wasn't just them. An arcanist organization called Manus Vindictae also approached me. Each of them wanted answers.
They saw that red hair and
They
said,
named me their advisor.
You.
You acted as an advisor to the Manus?
The two parties presented me with a concept and a parable, respectively.
A concept and a parable?
The Foucault Association sought to explore the feasibility of the Panopticon concept here,
Oh.
while Manus Vindictae showed me a parable of the past and future.
Their favorite.
Day and night, I wandered through endless texts, endless realities, as I searched for answers. And thus, Merlin was born. He was both an experiment and a price I paid.
Oh.
A new concept, a new direction. Pursuing such things always leaves me confined by the limitations of human knowledge. Merlin spent his entire life exploring Foucault's theories in pursuit of that singular yet infinite answer.
What about the Manus, Mr. Aleph? You didn't explain why you helped them.
Vert is like, just get to it, old man.
Explain why. Because they asked me to, just as you have.
Huh?
I simply worked to answer their questions.
So you're saying that, to you, we are no different from Manus Vindictae? And if we ask, you'll answer us, without holding anything back?
He does not
Is
care.
that not precisely what is happening this very moment?
Alf picks up the fallen die. It flickers with a familiar, comforting glow.
This is what the Manus gave Merlin. A magical die named the Tear of Kamala.
This has to be one of the stolen items for sure.
It was once a gemstone that belonged to a god. At the beginning of the century,
So how many were stolen
explorers
and
plucked
what
it
are we at
from an
now?
ancient gate they
We know
discovered
this, we
in
know
Antarctica.
the toy. We know the tape.
To the explorer's amazement, the gemstone could turn human
I know
desires
there's one
into
very
reality.
big, mysterious, crazy one.
So they cut it into a die, a symbol of fate, and used it to build a sanatorium, which was later transformed into the Panopticon you are standing in right now.
His words are direct, yet they still leave the outsiders perplexed.
Then,
Aleph, you really are the mastermind behind the panopticon?
Yeah. It's not the jailer. The silent girl grips her notebook. Her knuckles turn white from the pressure. The draft of an unpublished novel, with words that only she knows, the countless hours spent at her desk, the self-reflections, the meticulous questions, revisions, and scrutiny of every word. That book holds the life of its writer.
You said Merlin used the panopticon to seek his answer. What does that have to do with my novel? I don't get it, Aleph. Why would you use my novel to manipulate this place? Roberta, Garcia, Octavia, Pablo, the jailer, everyone. Not one of them deserved to be trapped in a deadly loop in which everyone's fate is already predestined.
I don't know.
They're just like the ghosts in Amalfitano, inescapably trapped within the ruins.
He's gonna have a reasonable reason for you, girly pop.
What is it you really want?
Hearing this, the lonely prisoner fidgets with the die, looking puzzled.
It's not about what I want. It's about what you want.
Nani?
The third line of your first letter. You said you wanted to give the rise and fall of sanity an ending.
So, like... So we're just gonna blame it all on her, huh? It's Recoletta's fault. Is that what we're all gonna do now? Pin it all on Recoleta? Oh, so I guess we're gonna see the writings they did to each other.
Los registros
I think I'm just gonna let her
históricos
read
del Dado
this.
de Babilonia aún se pueden encontrar en la biblioteca de la Universidad Santa Teresa. No. Una apertura como esta haría la historia demasiado ambigua.
Okay. Too ambiguous.
En
Scratch it out.
1975, en el pueblo de Amalfitano, Sonora, México, ocurrió algo terrible y escalofriante en la cabaña con el techo azul. Todo comenzó con las costumbres peculiares de los Espera, ¿cómo supe todo esto? Necesito agregar un rol para el narrador. El cuentacuentos.
Okay. Oh, we trashing that
Un
too.
poeta surrealista de México me contó esta historia. Una anciana entró en el bar al que solía ir en el pueblo. Al mismo tiempo,
El empleado del banco también entró al bar trayendo la noticia de que una corporación multinacional iba a construir una fábrica de jabón de
Sorry, I
galletas.
can't take what he's writing to. A
Espera,
cookie soap factory.
empleado del banco. No sabía que había bancos en Amalfitano. Pero sí, tiene sentido. Los bancos comerciales son, sin duda, un sello del capitalismo. Gracias.
Oh, whoops.
Antes de convertirse en empleado del banco, era un defensor de las antiguas costumbres del pueblo. Era un pescador de dunas.
Después de aceptar el destino otorgado por el Dado de Babilonia, eligió dejar todo atrás. El triste y aterrador pueblo y los ciclos ocultos dentro de la infinita aleatoriedad.
Oh, qué irónico. Pero también es realista. Ahora solo necesitamos un personaje contrastante.
I have a theory.
Un creyente en el destino.
You know what? We all fam. I'm gonna say my theory. Was he the one that wrote all the crazy stuff in her story?
Una anciana tejedora
Was that
se
all
sentó
him?
en su antiguo
And she
taller,
kinda just bounced,
girando
matched each other's-
incansablemente
she
su
smashed
rueca.
his feet?
Un regalo precioso, otorgado por el Dado de Babilonia.
La tejedora ciega relató suavemente todo lo que había vivido.
Hey, you might as well be a co-writer.
Una tejedora ciega no podría haber presenciado
No
el
wonder she
asesinato.
wanted to meet him. He helped write every other sentence in this book.
Fantástico. En este caso, agregaré a un conductor de burros que es asesinado en este
The
capítulo.
way she sounds so excited about adding
Con
that.
cada una de tus sugerencias, la historia da un paso adelante. Gracias, Aleph. pero todavía no veo ninguna señal del final.
I just realized maybe I should be reading this part, huh? But I still can't see any sign of the ending.
Es como si no importara cuántos personajes nuevos agreguemos, todavía falta algo en el pueblo desértico. Aleph, ¿qué debo hacer? ¿Cómo le doy un final a esta historia?
Why does it feel like he wrote so much of the book?
Tú misma me preguntaste.
You asked me.
¿Cómo le doy un final a esta historia?
He said, I just need to play it out real
Me
quick.
describiste cómo tus palabras se habían transformado en un rompecabezas desmesurado infinito, un lenguaje irreconocible, una colección de información ambigua y la ausencia de un final aún te roe, atrapándote para siempre en ese todo lo que estoy haciendo es intentar encontrarlo para ti.
¿Estás diciendo que has estado manipulando los acontecimientos en el panóptico desde que intercambiamos cartas por primera vez septiembre pasado?
I'm not gonna lie, he reminds me of two characters in specific. And I ain't gonna say who because I don't want to get canceled on Twitter. But you guys probably, I'll say one, Janangza. I'll say it, this is a safe space, this is my YouTube channel. Okay. If this is his actual explanation, he reminds me of Janangza in the way that Janangza did crazy stuff, as in turning people into Lucio, to help people. And then I say Isolde, because Isolde just wanted to fulfill Kakania's dream, and thus, did she do it in the healthiest way? No, not at all, but she tried, and it's the thought that counts. So I can't necessarily be mad at him until I hear or see something we are playing reverse eyesight. Very insane. She struggles, vainly hoping for him to deny it.
Sí. Cada vez que revisabas la novela, se hacían ajustes correspondientes en el panóptico, reflejar fielmente las complejidades. Cada detalle era clave para asegurar que la historia avanzara sin problemas.
Oh, I see what he's doing. So he's doing the whole thing just so he can find an ending to her story. So he's trying to, in a way, reenact everything that is in the book. That's literally what he's doing.
Estos ajustes los manejaba principalmente Merlin, a veces el idealista, y antes de ellos, Zahir y Paracelso.
¿Cada vez?
Every time?
6 versiones de la historia del Amalfitano ya se han desarrollado en el panóptico.
Eso significa la rana aplastada en el barro, la vaca muriendo de vieja, el lirón cayendo al mar, el fantasma asesinado en el duelo y los cambios repentinos al dado de Babilonia. Todas las revisiones que sugeriste, todas las muertes, el caos y la locura, ¿realmente sucedieron aquí mismo?
Okay, the story's got me now. A lot of it I didn't understand, but now it's like, The ever-knowing prisoner falls into a long, dark silence. He will not answer a question when the one asking already knows the answer.
Incluso la eternidad tiene sus límites, o Recoleta. In the 6th revision, we added the blind weaver,
Burton's
an
like,
extraordinary
I can
figure.
understand.
Just like the paracausality researcher who carries a suitcase that you introduced in your 7th letter.
The paracausality researcher carrying a suitcase.
Is that Burton?
Miss Recoleta, is this character really based on the Timekeeper?
What? Of course not. The paracausality researcher is an entirely different character.
Don't you understand? We're only one die roll away from the ending.
He's like, we are almost there. Alf lifts the core of the infinite labyrinth. The tear of Kamala swirls slowly in his hand. So he did work for Manus. They gave him the die, and he's just like, let me help my pen pal bestie out real quick. And then made people go crazy like 6 times.
What on earth are you trying to do?
The fulfillment lamps of the operating room dim in this. Oh my gosh. The walls ripple like water. Oh my gosh. I knew it. I knew they wouldn't let me finish that. I don't read fast enough. Within the mirrors, an endless stream of information appears. A seemingly possessed telephone babbles, an old radio rings, a flickering slide projector whirls and cracks, and muted film projectors spin, the table opens, and oh, they're not gonna skip. A timetable opens, and dictionaries of countless languages flow past. A room without an exit. An eternal predicament. A prisoner's dwelling.
Recoleta, it is the cycle of fate that has brought you to the panopticon of Komala in Ushuaia.
I'm not gonna lie. You give someone just like this, something like that, I'm not surprised he did this.
Return to the rise and fall of sanity. Return and become a character once more.
What?
You've been searching for its ending. But how could you possibly find it when you're no longer inside the story?
Oh, he's taking this too far. Not like he didn't already take it too far.
I believe that this time you will witness the grand finale with your own 2 eyes. No more sadness. No more loneliness. The answer you've long sought lies in the inevitable final roll of the die.
He said, I'm gonna include you in this conclusion, girly pop.
So, the jailer is the bank clerk, and Erd is the blind weaver. But what about Roberta Garcia and Octavia?
Isn't that...
They weren't even assigned roles. They were just playthings, helpless in the face of fate. What right do you or I have to decide what happens to them? To dictate their gains and losses?
But they couldn't possibly understand such a thing, could they? To you, it's just a story.
So everyone's
but
real.
To them, it is the manifestation of bittersweet destiny.
They're all just Delulu now.
Do you think hiding behind the guise of fiction absolves you from the reality that you've turned the Panopticon into a living hell? Yes. You're the only one who truly understands the rise and fall of sanity.
From Manus. This is what they
Goodness
do with
knows how many manuscripts I sent out that never received a reply. I was so grateful to you. For your replies. For understanding my novel. Those things were more precious to me than any sunrise over the Andes. Had I known that your feedback was created in such a way, and at such a cost, I would have preferred not to receive it at all.
Ooh.
Don't you get it? Even if they don't understand my novel,
she said,
the people I meet are still my friends. Whether we took a long journey together, or we simply chatted for a few hours. We formed an inseparable, miraculous bond. They're a part of me.
Ooh.
How could you treat them like fictional characters? It's disrespectful to my work and to life itself.
Ooh. The writer's resistance is so sharp that it cuts through Alf's carefully constructed labyrinth easily.
But you raised the question yourself.
And this is what do we learn, guys? Don't make pen pals in prison.
Why do you resist receiving its answer?
Oh gosh. He's not going to be able to understand that. He lowers his head, and for the first time, cracks appear on that indestructible mask. Oh gosh, here we go. Time for the crash out.
They're always like this, aren't they? They throw a question at you, only to abandon it along with the fading of the era. This storm will spare no one. You've known it all along, Alice.
Oh.
Only the timeless Panopticon can maintain control. The all-seeing tower. The perfect governing system. What a hopeless fool you are, Merlin. Haven't you heard what they say? There is no need to build a labyrinth.
Crazy how Octavia was like glazing Alf, the physician. Well, not Alf, but she was glazing the physician, but she hated the idealist. But like literally, they're the same person.
Your meaningless questions will be swept away by the tides of time, only to resurface on the shores of our minds once more. We've seen it happen over and over again. Surely you've realized by now that the only true meaning can be found in literature. For over a century, literature has remained the singular, ultimate answer. This lonely cowboy is simply feeling lost at the moment. Spare us your ramblings, my dear. You're wasting our time.
Dang, y'all still got beef? Clutching his face like that. Full gorilla grip. The dye that reflects the heart can no longer bear its weight as it glows from within, burning vicissitudes. On the surrounding mirrors, countless reflections of Alf appear, each wearing a different face. They crowd into the room as a flood of ghosts.
Aleph seems to be in a terrible state. We have to be careful. Something isn't right about that dye.
I mean, I wouldn't say he looks like the most mentally stable person I've ever met. Oh, she's fixed? So why can't I bring my Recoleta, who will actually carry? I know this isn't her team, but they'll be just fine.
Keep the sample.
Question, is this a boss fight? There's no way we're at the boss fight. No way.
Go ahead. Keep the story going.
Okay.
Carry it through until we finally feel the sweet gratification of the ending.
Oh, our new mentally ill arcanist. Hello.
Your endeavors are doomed to fail.
We have to watch him talk to himself.
There's only madness in literature and art, not transcendentality.
A good point.
Anyway, Recoleta, kick his butt.
La acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más.
The way she's getting active, though.
Nuestro adversario es el tiempo.
A truly villainous moment. No other study could show you this.
Winsong's about to show you real research. This is an ethical study, actually.
La acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más.
Her sound effects are
the benefits of field mapping.
Nuestro aliado es la verdad.
Calculating distance.
Eliminate target.
Ooh. We got a doctor and two scientists. Well, two researchers. A doctor and a writer. All him, technically.
Limited scale, infinite lines.
Is that not all his occupations right there? In one team? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This is the coolest looking boss in a while.
Target confirmed.
And the song is awesome. No, I love this boss. Like, I love it. I love the look. I love the song. I love the concept. They'll be fine.
No other study could show you this.
Idealismo. Vuelos de fantasía. Nuestro adversario es el tiempo.
Rock on, guys.
No fan of my work, I take it. Hey,
I should have brought Azul to this fight. Y'all would have a couple things to talk about. Not gonna lie. Wait, him and his old not have
These
something to talk about?
explorations, these fractures, they're all failures, aren't they?
What?
In this infinite expanse, I feel nothing but infinite sorrow.
And we just gave him Prozac. That fight was just us giving him Prozac. I don't know.
We worked on this collaboration together. I'll write you into my paper.
Don't write Alf into your paper. Write me, but not Alf. He does unethical research. The chaotic battle comes to an abrupt halt.
Wait! Mr. Olive? Are you human?
Oh. Soneto steps back, lowering her glass feeder. She is shocked to realize that her opponent has no arcane skill at all. From the beginning to end, all he had was the die.
Please hand over the die peacefully.
Mr. Aleph.
Yeah, Soneto's standing on business.
It's futile.
I'm sorry. Soneto, you need more bass. Your voice has no authority. Verton's, though. Yeah.
Futile. Yes. It's all futile.
Please hand over the dice.
The cage of rules.
We need Soneto to
the
crash
ideals
out.
of literature. Both are futile. Mere illusions conjured along the path to transcendentality.
And a 6-star Soneto.
They all fear that they're nothing more than phantoms in someone else's dream. That reality will devour everything, including their very existence. That's why they drift further away from transcendentality. They couldn't break free from that false dream. None of them could.
Alf stumbles as he looks up at the storyteller.
Both the physician and the idealist walked toward their own destruction, just as I expected. But your novel still has hope, Recoleta. Its ending hasn't been written yet.
Obsessed with that novel.
We cannot deny that it may be the answer to achieving transcendentality.
You're not going to stop, are you?
I mean...
Not until you get your answer.
I mean...
Soneto, we have no choice but to seize the die from him by force.
Yes, we're both gonna tackle a grown man into giving us that 20-sided die. Soneto's arcane energy gathers at the tip of her glass feeder. At this moment, the silent storyteller takes a step forward.
Enough.
Okay.
I said enough.
All right. She shakes as she reveals the notebook that has never left her side. Okay, enough. Enough fighting, guys. Come on. Come on. Let's be friends. Let's be friends. Let's be friends. Okay. The way Urd saw what was going on here, she was like, I got to get out of here. And that was the end of her story. She was like, get me out. 1990. International Book Fair. I don't know how to say that other word. People move between bookshelves and corridors, engaging in heated conversations. The air is filled with the mingling of multiple languages.
I'm afraid we can't publish your novel in its current state, Recoleta.
We had book fairs at my elementary
more refined
school.
work from you in the future.
Did you guys have book fairs? I never got to get anything cool because I didn't have money like that.
Ah, Senor Cruz! What a pleasure to see you here. I'm an editor from the...
Like, I could imagine myself every year with the things I wanted, and I always want something new. Every single year. Oh. The editor leaves, hurrying after another writer, leaving Recoleta standing alone in place, the 17th publisher to reject her today.
Hey, relax, Recoleta. Look at all the books around you. This place is heaven. You can't get down on yourself. Not here. There's so many writers and publishers here.
She's taking
It's
rejection
only
very
natural
well.
you'd be turned
Yes,
down
queen.
17 times.
Affirmation.
This is just the beginning.
The young writer, attempting to forget her 17th rejection, flips through the event guide in her hands.
Now, which section should I visit next? Oh, this brochure might help.
She turns to the last page of the thick-handed book, where all the invited authors and their contact details are listed.
Estupendo. An exchange of ideas between writers. Nothing could be more incredible than that. I recall James Joyce was inspired by a letter he received from Henrik Ibsen. So, maybe what I need is to find someone to share my manuscript with. But who? Tadeo Emasums. Aleph. Averroes.
A prison pen pal? A knock at the door interrupts her daydream. They set her up by putting him in that thing.
Don't worry. I promise I'll catch up on the rent next month. Although I must say, this apartment's hardly worth the price.
Oh.
The cracks on the walls must date back to the last century.
Oh, clock it.
Make all the excuses you want, Ingrid. If you don't pay the rent soon, you'll either end up in that crumbling colonial building on the corner or on the street, selling oranges at the San Telmo market.
Hey, not too much on oranges now.
By the way, Julia told me you lost your job at the textile factory. You under some kind of can't work in one place for more than 3 months, curse or something, senorita?
No.
You don't even want to know about the terrible things that happened in that factory. All I did was lend the oppressed workers a hand.
Bah, you're just like those college kids, full of hot air. Anyway, I am not here about the rent.
Huh?
Didn't you tell me to watch out for your letters a while back, when you just returned from abroad? Well, here it is. A letter for you.
The girl freezes for a moment, then snatches the letters and slams the door shut, almost buzzing with excitement as she unfolds it. So she slammed the door in his face.
Dios mío! Someone actually wrote back to me! This is incredible! Oh, thank you so much for bringing it to me, senor.
Girl, you already slammed the door in his face. She splits open the long traveled letter.
Dear Miss Recoleta.
Letter.
It's from, let's see, Aleph.
Wait, that's a kind of cute. That's how their friendship started. Too bad he's a little,
Hey, I've been watching you.
Puffs.
You're not local, are you? What are you writing?
And I mean cute in a platonic way.
You're right. I just arrived in Buenos Aires 3 days ago. My trip's been a lot like a Copes Tango performance. Full of twists and turns, but nothing much worth telling, really. I'm actually writing a reply to my pen pal. Long story short, I sent him a manuscript of my novel, and to my surprise, he actually wrote back. Amazing, isn't it?
Well, I mean, he's got a lot of time on his hands, you know.
In our recent letters, we've been discussing how my novel lacks a key character to drive the story toward a decisive ending.
Oh, that's probably what he's gonna make Recoleta, huh?
So we've been debating whether to introduce a new ghost to act as a turning
I
point
feel
for
like
the story.
that's what he's about to do to her.
Oh, so then you're a writer? Hey, Pancho, come over here. I found an actual real-life writer.
Is that the friends that ditched her in the beginning?
What's the big deal? I wrote plenty of poems in middle school.
Oh, so you're a poet. I have a feeling we're about to embark on an incredible adventure together. Are you interested in joining the visceral realism movement? What? I've never heard of it, but it sounds like fun. Fabuloso. We have no time to waste. Once I finish this letter, you two must join me on a journey to Ushuaia.
Ushuaia? The end of the world? Why the heck would we go to that icebox?
Aren't we gonna go to Ushuaia?
Oh, don't be such a downer, Pancho. Just think of the fun we'll have, the breathtaking scenery we'll see, and the incredible stories we'll hear.
Hein Maria, I'll deal with the cold if you really want to go so badly.
So did they go?
By the way, could you tell us about your novel?
Of course. I'll tell you all about it on the way. Now where to begin? Alright, let's start with the cottage with the blue roof in Amalfitano.
Great, we're here again.
It's been 6 months since we first exchanged letters. Since then, I've been traveling. First from Chile to Mexico, then from Mexico to Argentina. And I've never stopped writing. I'm not really sure what the purpose of my novel is. I just keep writing and writing. I can't stop. What power does literature hold? What responsibilities? Perhaps only by continuing to write will I understand one day.
Oh. Nicoletta flips through her notebook, every turn of the page containing a different colored letter. After their long journey, these pages of letters form a faded riddle, their handwriting long since blurred.
Aleph, you're right. I do want an ending to my novel.
Oh?
But not like this.
Oh.
You really have no idea, do you, Recoleta?
Ooh. Rude. Her only reader realizes she has still not grasped what is happening, forcing him to reveal a truth he has long concealed.
The rise and fall of sanity is your story.
Yep, she's the main character.
What do you mean?
You are a ghost, wandering this forsaken land, still striving to create a miracle. You are a wandering poet, born in Amalfitano, the foolishly brave protagonist of the story, and the embodiment of the author herself. A reflection, yes. The author, no. You are simply a figment of her imagination, a manifestation of her dream to wander. Have you not realized it? The literary pursuits and romantic adventures you described, they are merely faded memories from 1975. The poets who joined the visceral realism movement with you left Latin America long ago.
Faded memories.
As for the novel, it's yours now. A story you're writing. A story about yourself.
Oh.
Your departure has turned Amalfitano into a ghost town. The characters have lost their connection to you. They're gradually fading away. If the novel is destroyed, you too will cease to exist.
What?
Wait. This is... Miss Recoleta? Is what he said true?
I'm so sorry, what?
I know you never lie, pen pal. In your first letter, you told me that a character's role in fate must be determined from the outset and consistently adhered to throughout the story. Reading the perspective and insights of a walking encyclopedia, having such a person be willing to share their thoughts at all was an exhilarating experience. I had never imagined my novel could develop in this way. Words could hardly describe how I felt in that moment. No one but you has ever understood the story of that town, let alone offered any revisions. Following your advice, I added the bank clerk, the dune pescator, the blind weaver, and the murdered donkey driver. Amalfitano was no longer an empty town with a single blue-roofed cottage. The new ghostly residents had begun to fill the skies over it. The story was finally reaching completion. I could feel that the ending was within reach. I became increasingly eager to meet my pen pal. I couldn't get the thought out of my mind. I wasn't sure what I would say to this Aleph. A simple thank you, perhaps? Or maybe A discussion about the future of Amalfitano with its sole reader. Or maybe I'm no different from everyone else. Led up the garden path by fate. But even if I am a ghost, as you say, an incarnation of someone else, a fictional being, so what?
Huh?
My resolve will not waver, even if my existence is bound to fade away. Because this isn't what literature is supposed to be. You once told me there isn't an ounce of reality in fiction, only voids and glorified lies. Let me tell you this. Whether real or fictional, corporeal or intangible, I have accepted my existence.
The heck?
Now, let's put a stop to this, Aleph.
We put a stop to him twice.
The inmates aren't characters in my novel. They're people trapped in a prison, just as you are. By simulating my story here, you have made me into some kind of god, a guilty, false creator, a dictator of fate. I never wanted any of this.
Keep the sample.
¡Lo veo! ¡La frecuencia perfecta! La
I see
admirable
it. The
aleatoriedad del
perfect
destino.
frequency, the admirable randomness of fate.
Creo que lo he
I
encontrado.
think I found it. The
La
source
fuente
of the
del Dao de
die of
Babilonia.
Las
The
deudas de
depths
los
of
muertos.
the dead.
Esas facturas.
Those
Todas
bills,
han sido
they've all
hechas
been torn
trizas.
to shreds.
Ya no estoy atrapado.
I'm not trapped anymore. Wait, then what is she?
Desde el día en que perdí
Since
la
the day I
vista,
lost my sight,
nunca
I never
imaginé que la
imagined the
rueda
spinning
giratoria
wheel would
volviera
turn
a girar.
again.
A good point.
Más allá, en todos los momentos. En la acumulación de laberintos.
Okay.
Suéltalo todo una vez más.
Taking another look?
What is she?
Nuestro aliado es la verdad.
Because what I took from... Oh, you guys can't really hear me? What I took
And now,
from
to
that
return to my long-term mission.
is
Rest.
that Girly Pop isn't even real. She was... You know what? Shattered words and ghostly illusions roar forth, breaking free from the story structure and the grasp between its lines, filled with regret and obsession. Torn letters and book pages flutter in the air like snow in crystal globe on a winter night. In a crystal globe on a winter night. Everything is quiet.
Huh? Miss Recoleta has vanished.
Was she really just that book?
Did she really cease to exist like Aleph said?
No way.
Recoleta.
No way. Are we for real? Are we for real though? Is she really just words on a page? No way. No way. No way. She's in the suitcase. I mean, she didn't die. No way. No way. No, no. No, wouldn't care. Oh, you guys got this. You guys got this. You got this, guys. Okay.
Qué sueño más extraño.
Reverse loves this filter.
El sabor de la realidad, tan amargo y triste.
It tastes of reality, so bitter and sad.
Pero
But a full
lleno de pensamiento dialéctico.
Maybe
Tal
the
vez la
people
gente del
of the
panóptico
Panopticon
reflejaba
were
mis
reflecting my
pensamientos
inner
internos.
thoughts. She looks around, surveying the cobwebbed corners where stacks of manuscripts have piled up to the ceiling and over empty ink bottles collecting dust.
Entonces realmente soy un personaje en la novela.
So I really am a character in the novel.
La misteriosa cabaña con el techo azul fue mi hogar todo el tiempo. Entonces, los rumores que los fantasmas propagaron eran realmente eso. Rumores.
The young rider steps out of her home and into the streets of a familiar yet foreign desert town. Countless nameless characters and ghosts arrive upon hearing the news, filling the roads and skies.
Bienvenida de nuevo a Amalfitano, querida escritora.
Amalfitano, dear writer.
Gracias, querido ícono del capitalismo. Pero, ¿no descarré esta novela en pedazos?
A woman wearing a particular hat steps forward.
Verás, Amalfitano es una dimensión más allá de la vida y la muerte. Este pueblo es un reflejo de tus pensamientos internos. Es incorpóreo. No puedes desgarrar algo incorpóreo en pedazos. La literatura es infinita y atemporal, como un río que fluye a través de la vida y la muerte.
No me extraña que seas mi personaje favorito. Nunca dejas de iluminarme.
Desafortunadamente, la literatura es una vocación peligrosa e inútil. Nadie entiende realmente, ni siquiera recuerda tu trabajo. ¿Recuerdas el dicho? Los únicos verdaderamente muertos son aquellos que han sido olvidados. Recoleta, desaparecerás para siempre si dejas a Amalfitano otra vez. Será como si nunca hubieras existido.
Siempre he admirado tu pensamiento crítico, señor. Encaja perfectamente con tu rol.
Rough hands grasp the rider's palm, feeling at the lines etched into her skin.
Todo estará bien, Recoleta. Lo que sea que haya pasado, ahora has regresado. Eso es lo que importa. El dado de Babilonia rodará de nuevo. Y cada uno de nosotros obtendrá nuestros finales.
Así es. Resuelve el asesinato en el bar. Pon mi alma en paz.
Libera al pueblo de la locura infligida por el antiguo espíritu.
This song is fire, okay? Ancient spirits.
Arregla la aleatoriedad del dado de Babilonia y aplana la frecuencia catastrófica.
Fancy. Frantically? Roll the die one last time, Recoleta. That's all that matters. The young rider takes a step forward. Everyone, the living, the ghost, watches expectantly.
Entonces,
so the ending I've
el
been
final
searching
que he
for
estado
is the
buscando
one the other
es el
me
que el
was
otro
unable
yo
to give me.
no pudo darme. El yo
This
que
me
se lanzó
that
de
plunged
cabeza
headfirst into the struggle
a la
against the
lucha
undefeatable
contra un
power,
poder
the me who
invencible.
ultimately left this land.
El yo que finalmente dejó esta tierra. Después
This
de
song is fire.
todo este
After all this
tiempo,
time, I finally found my
finalmente
ending.
he encontrado mi final.
Is that her Inside 2 outfit? She grasps the gleaming diabat wand. I saw that, girl. I saw your eye too.
Solo un lanzamiento más.
Just
Y
one
todo
more
habrá
roll.
terminado.
It'll all be over.
Mi historia,
My story.
mi pueblo,
My town. Everything
todo
will finally come to
finalmente
an end.
llegará a su fin. Pero el sueño sobre el
The dream
panóptico
about the Panopticon.
también terminará, ¿verdad?
It'll end as well, won't it? She stops.
Oh, cariño.
Oh,
Es solo un sueño.
It's just a dream.
Ah,
Ha,
no me
don't
digas que
tell me
estás
you're
abandonando
abandoning
tu
your
búsqueda
lifelong
de
pursuit
toda la
for the
vida por un miserable
for a
sueño.
measly dream.
Este sueño es cruel.
That dream
Nadie
is
entiende
cruel.
esta gran
No
novela
one
ahí ni este
understands
pueblo
this great
asombroso.
novel there, or its amazing town.
Pero aquí, eres una
But
verdadera
here,
escritora.
a true
Este
writer.
es tu hogar,
This is your
Recoleta.
home, Recoleta.
Pero ya extraño
But
a
I
mis
already
amigos
miss
en
my
ese
friends in
sueño.
that dream. It
Existe,
existed,
así
just
como
like
este
this
lugar
place does.
existe.
Pero nosotros también
But
somos tus
but we're your
amigos,
friends
Recoleta.
too, Recoleta.
Podrías desaparecer si
You might
dejas a
disappear
Amalfitano.
forever if you leave
¿Estás segura de que quieres irte?
Oh my gosh. Are you sure you want to leave? The young writer puts down the die in her hand. The die that signifies the end of everything vanishes into the sandy wind.
Sabéis cómo soy,
You know what I'm
queridos
like,
amigos.
my dear friends.
He
I've spent
pasado
my
mi
life
vida
embarking on
emprendiendo
foolish,
aventuras
unrewarding
tontas y
adventures.
no recompensadas. Así soy yo, ¿verdad?
That's just who I am, isn't it?
Amalfitano es, en
Amalfitano
efecto,
is indeed an
un lugar
ideal
ideal.
place. A place
Un
for
lugar para
wandering,
vagar,
for a short trip,
para un viaje
and for
corto
losing oneself for a
y
while.
para perderse un rato. Y tiene ustedes,
And it has
mis amigos
you, my
ficticios,
fictional friends,
a
who I
quienes
love
quiero
so
tanto.
dearly.
Pero debo regresar a mi
But I
sueño
must return
y
to
ver a
my
mis amigos
dream
ahí.
and see my friends there.
Ellos
They're just
son
as
igual de
important to me.
importantes para mí.
As they hear the words of the ghostly town, as they hear her words, the ghostly town smiles with relief.
Sí, tienes razón, Recoleta.
Yes, you're right, Recoleta.
No se puede negar que eres
There
un
is no
alma noble
denying
y
that
apasionada.
you're a
Cada
notable
uno de
and
nosotros lo
passionate
sabe.
soul. Every one of us knows it.
También eres
You're a dear
nuestra
friend
querida
too.
amiga.
Why would
¿Por
we
qué te
stop you from
detendremos de
doing
hacer
what you
lo que
truly want?
realmente deseas?
Everyone makes way for her as a path into the boundless void unfolds.
Te deseamos lo mejor,
We wish you the
Recoleta.
very best, Recoleta.
Buenas noches,
Good
querida.
night, my dear.
Que tu
May
sueño
your
sea
dream be
dulce
sweet
esta
one
vez.
this time.
Gracias a todos,
Thank you
mis
all,
amigos.
my friends.
Nunca
I'll
los
never forget
olvidaré.
you. The girl wipes the tears from her eyes and steps into the looming darkness. As all is silent as she enters the barren land, there is only a faint sound of footsteps echoing against the vast, empty darkness.
I've read your work, Señorita Recoleta. To be frank, it lacks both depth and breadth. This town of yours is still far from reflecting the complexity of society, and the narrative lacks a discerning perspective. It still needs some work if you want it to truly resonate with our audience. Just go for it, Señorita. You're at a perfect age to explore, experience, and learn.
Time wheels, and at last the girl feels her existence again within the void. She reclaims her voice.
What's happening to me?
1,000 or perhaps countless faces emerge before her again.
Ah, of course. The rise and fall of sanity is my story. So, even though the novel's been destroyed, the story, and myself along with it, lives on in the minds of those who read it. Thank you for your feedback, editor. Even here in this great expanse of darkness, I can still hear your words. You have my gratitude. Thank you for reading my novel, even if you didn't understand it, and likely never will.
Oh, brother. She navigates a labyrinth of words and an endless expanse of mirrored waters. The darkness stirring towards her like a rush of waves on a dark night, making her presence feel heavier.
Honestly, I find your story totally fascinating. But I'm still struggling to understand the connections between all these nameless characters. Couldn't you make it clearer? Like a movie?
Typical. Trust a writer to try to be all obscure and mysterious.
Maria, Pancho, you guys are the best traveling pals I've ever had. Our paths may diverge in the future, but the joyful memories of our journey across grasslands, snowfields, and deserts together will remain forever.
It's been great coming along with you. You're totally one of a kind. We'll be waiting for you at my aunt's vineyard. A little sun after a hard day's work will do you good.
What the hecky? The passionate companions wave to her, never looking back as they continue forward. The girl's steps are no longer weightless. With every step she takes, they feel heavier and more real. She lingers inside the infinite mask in the mirror, the boundless universe filling her with both confusion and illusion.
There is ambition in her writing. It's passionate and poetic, fractured and chaotic. But when viewed as a whole, her work feels like little more than a superficial illusion. It lacks the depth to truly touch the soul.
Dang.
I will refrain from offering further comments until she stops romanticizing her childish adventures. To put it bluntly, her phraseology feels overly deliberate to the point of distortion. Her verbiage is like a collection of vague sentiment bubbles.
All right. No one asked. Whoa. Oh.
I see, Aleph. Then this is how you really feel about my novel?
And that's how the other two feel about your novel.
1,000 readers will interpret a story 1,000 different ways. Some believe the text itself is dead, and it is the reader who gives it life. The truth cannot be fully conveyed through words alone.
My computer is not strong enough for reverse 1999 anymore.
That said, I think the rise and fall of sanity is a good story.
This song is so beautiful. Her heart skips a beat. Within the paradise that harbors boundless histories and mysteries of humanity.
So the Eternal Paradise is a library of sorts.
That went by
just
very
like
fast.
I always imagined. Or is this just another reflection of my inner thoughts? I like it here. It's nice being surrounded by literature. But it's time to go back to reality.
The music, beautiful. Animation, gorgeous. I'll say my thoughts near the end. But I think we're near the end, but...
You're right about literature, Dorside Beggar. It is a dangerous and futile calling, but I still believe in it.
The investigators from the Foundation breathe a sigh of relief together. Megalitha's reappearance is as sudden as her disappearance, so Neto hasn't even had time to wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes.
Recoleta, you're back!
I'm so glad to see you're safe.
Vern's like, I've played these games before, man. She was not gonna cry.
And I'm so glad to see you two worried sick about me. Thanks, mis mejores amigas son Neto y Burton.
The reborn rider turns to the prisoner sitting dejected nearby.
See, Aleph? I still exist.
Ooh.
Amalfitano is gone. It's all over. You're simply a wandering ghost now, never to return home again. You may still exist, but Amalfitano will never get its ending. You've nullified its existence, rendering all of this meaningless.
Well, she never asked you to do any of this to begin with, so...
I'm sorry I couldn't answer your question. I've failed once again.
Okay, he's just, his die falls to the ground. Once he used to construct a beautiful dream, now whatever magic is held in it has dissipated.
Amalfitano and the Panopticon were two parts of a whole. With Amalfitano gone, Komala no longer has any reason to exist.
Wait, we're still in it.
I'm sorry, Aleph. You, who know all the mysteries of the world.
We're still in here.
Who seek answers to every question, have lost yourself in the process. You can answer everyone else's questions, but never your own.
Interesting.
Who's the person behind that mask? Is he real? Does he still exist?
Right. Interesting, because he has multiple personalities.
Who am I?
Probably never asked himself that. The weighty ending to the story leaves the prisoner still trapped in a blurred illusion, exhausted. Kamala prison groans, and like an aging water wheel struggling under its own weight, distorted, fading, and collapsing into the currents of his mind.
Stay vigilant, everyone. This is just like when the idealist and the physician had their meltdown. Only this time, it seems even worse.
Why do you have to ask him that?
I think Aleph is trying to tear down the Panopticon.
This is just like freaking when we were at Tuesday's Hotel. Verton's just in the 2.x stories. She just constantly running away from places that are getting destroyed. What the heck? Beyond the crumbling walls, a shivering figure is faintly visible. He grips a gun tightly. The black barrel, shaking in his hands, is aimed at the people in the room.
Freeze! Stay where you are.
I'm not moving. Don't worry. And I wasn't gonna move. Soneto, do something about this. Soneto, I know you got a gun somewhere. Verton takes the gun. Wow. Put your hands up. Oh.
Take a deep breath, soldier. The smoke's cleared now. This story, this battle, will soon come to an end.
I'm armed with literature?
A writer has departed from her domain, leaving her creation scattered behind her.
So what is she?
Like blood-soaked bandages and fragmented skulls in the trenches.
What is she?
What a garbled mess. Glad we're on the same page. Thank heavens my commander wasn't some kind of literature. Else I'd have been blown to bits before I could decipher their poetic orders.
You have developed a sense of humor.
It's all thanks to a certain writer, the embodiment of the wandering poet and traveler from Santiago to Buenos Aires. She impressed me with her precious experience as a cafe dishwasher and campground caretaker. What really rekindled my sense of humor was her seriousness about her literary pursuits. You'd understand what I mean if you'd ever heard a cheesy joke at a comrade's graveside. Drawing strength from her wanderings and rebellious exploits, she attempted to change society, wielding the sword of literature as a revolutionary intellectual and a leader of thought. Some would hail her as a battle angel of Latin America, with words as piercing as bullets and poems as powerful as tactical bombers. You stand firm in your beliefs, huh? Well, maybe that's a good thing. The commander has to...
Come on, dude.
Come closer.
Okay.
Let me tell you a secret.
Alright.
Many, if not all, people foolishly think it's the executioner who drops the guillotine blade, the powder that fires the bullet. While they're half right, they're substantially inaccurate. Craters on the battlefield aren't the result of bombs, but a clashing of ideologies. A trigger pulled long before the powder ever ignited in the barrel.
I wish I can include what I was saying right before I recorded this. I was kind of saying the same, something very similar.
As for literature, well, it's probably best not to buy too much into the Latin American boom. Forget about the status report from earlier.
Patch. So I'm gonna shut up.
That said, at least there's one thing that's certain.
I'll come back to you guys in like 3 or 4 months with
books can bite back, and they'll leave scars.
Thank you, thank you. It's a boss fight. And I have to do it myself. I don't even know how to use Recoleta still. I might not use her. The prisoner steps out from behind a wall, a weapon held in his hand. Oh, yeah.
I was just setting up my exhibit when everything started shaking.
What, did we ruin one of your sculptures?
It wasn't just my imagination.
Okay, well, what? Do I look like I'm about to shake the whole building?
So I followed the cracks in the wall and found my way here.
Okay.
I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but something's happening to the Panopticon.
Yeah, yeah, something is happening. Thank you, Garcia. Oh, his panicked hand shifts the gun toward Alf, who was collapsed on his side. Okay.
Are you the physician, or is it Aleph?
Both.
Whoever you are, please Please restore the Panopticon to the way it was. I'm begging you. You can do that, right?
The mind that once created infinity now watches as it folds back into nothing before him.
Why? Why aren't you doing anything, damn it? Why is this happening?
We need to do a full-on evacuation. The people here are real.
Oh, the die. If you won't help me, then I'll do it myself.
The prisoner in desperation lunges forward.
Calm down, Garcia.
Garcia, chill. Oh, we fighting Garcia. Trying to calm Garcia down.
Program activated.
That is not Garcia. Who the heck is that?
A good point.
Charging.
Taking another look.
That is Julio.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Right, that was the name of the guy earlier. Alright, so...
And you had a good point.
How are we gonna kill him?
Field mapping.
Oh. That's how.
They are much naughtier than the Foundation's kids.
Yeah. Very naughty boy.
Timekeeper, he's...
Subdued? Sedated? What do we do? Garcia, weakened by his long confinement, is easily knocked to the ground, unable to withstand even the slightest touch of arcane skill.
Why? Why is this happening to me?
What's happening?
I was so close. So close to completing the exhibition.
You just want to finish your artwork, bro. We can find you a place in some paper mache.
Can't you see, Garcia? There's no one controlling this place now. You're free.
Right. Like, you're literally no longer a prisoner.
It isn't the die that's trapped you, nor is it the walls of this prison. It's the rules and that overpowering gaze from the central tower. But now that's all gone. You can go outside. You can set up your exhibit anywhere you want. No need to stay stuck in this.
Looking back on all that he has lost, the artist cuts her off.
No, Señorita Recoleta. You've seen the world out there. You know as well as I that there's nowhere else I can go but here.
Aww.
This is the only place in the world where I can hold my exhibit.
Because it's the only place in the world that accepts him.
And you've ruined it.
Oh.
You've ruined everything.
Oh, no.
This room's about to collapse. We've got to leave. Mr. Garcia, do you need a hand?
I don't think he's leaving.
I can take care of myself, thank you. I'll go a different way. I have to go back and finish setting up my exhibit.
Will you have enough time to do that? He drags himself forward with tugging steps, retracing his path to leave. Yeah. I understand how he feels.
Burton, what about Aleph? We can't just leave him here.
Can we?
Of course not.
Oh,
we still have questions he needs to answer.
Okay, so question him.
Sinetto, help me get him up. Let's get out of here.
We're a good person, y'all.
Yes, Timekeeper.
The dejected prisoner looks at Sonetto with confusion.
I was going to say we're bringing him with us, of course. You carry an ocean of questions, yet never reveal even a single drop of them.
Are we sure?
Why have you never shared your doubts? Why do you stay silent in the face of everything and everyone around you?
Oh. Is he clocking Sonetto? Wait, he kind of clocked her whole character arc. No way, he read you like a book, Sonetto. Don't even answer him. I'm gonna make a video essay about that, please.
I believe in my duty.
Wait. This is kind of like she's going back to that inner turmoil from before. You got a clock to you, Sonetto? The prisoner shifts his gaze to the other Foundation investigator.
As for you, paracausality researcher, You're different from any other seeker of answers. Even on a desperate, near-hopeless journey, your heart holds little doubt.
Perhaps not every question needs an answer, Mr. Aleph.
Martin, completely unfazed. That's our queen right there.
Is that so?
Queen energy. The prisoner, so used to answering others' questions, seems to have run into one of his own. But unfortunately, no one is here to answer it. Sag. Not him clocking Soneto's whole character arc. Oh. He's like, are you loyal to your duty, Soneto? He looked at her and said, are you sure about that?
It's sinking.
Okay, I'm just gonna read some of this in my head.
One that was exiled to a desolate... It's both
He
a
likes
prison
the
dregs of society. To be fair, but that... And now...
Like, to me, I feel like he likes to talk the most.
Let's... Matt...
His are so long.
Check the one leaning against the sea. He's in his home base. He holds no hope for forgiveness from his enemies. Not in the slightest. He's a... Now. Do a 360 and look again. He's been...
Alright. Hey, this has to be the boss. Because... Oh. This is not the boss. But I think... Is this not the last battle related?
Dear
one?
Erd.
Oh, we're done. No way.
Why are you so interested in the Panopticon of Kamala? Dear Mr. Aleph, whether as a doctor or a writer, I simply cannot turn a blind eye to the friction around me.
Especially the discord and injustice I have witnessed here in Kamala. So, I would ask of you a question. Is there any way to resolve the endless conflicts in this place?
To put an end to this, a true ending is required. Your arrival has made it possible for this simulation to have an ending, or rather, a victory.
What do you mean by victory? I'd appreciate it if you could clarify in simple terms. If this victory comes at the cost of any inmate's life, I'm afraid I cannot accept it. I also have another question for you. If I leave, will the stories and conflicts here come to an end?
Miss Grace of Manus Vindicte will grant you passage. But in any case, the cycle of history will continue to repeat itself in this prison, and in the entire world. The sins of humankind will not cease until veins turn to wires, flesh and bone to geometric shapes, and the world around us twists in the colors of an oil painting.
The storm.
I must say, your words have left me rather baffled. Fragments of the events you describe often appear in my dreams. Could it be that these things really happened? If that's the case, why can't I recall the details? Why am I left with only disconnected pieces? The madness in Kamala. These bizarre dreams. I must put an end to them. What have I forgotten? Has someone or something altered my memory?
Probably.
I can't shake the feeling that something crucial to me has been lost in the river of time. Some kind of duty, perhaps. What should I do? How can I recapture what I have lost?
Did she not do this to her own memory, though? Am I crazy?
I won't answer a question that already has an answer.
I thought she wiped her
one given to you by the person who escorted you here and made
maybe
you a
I'm
promise.
thinking of something else.
You're so close to the place where the truth lies. Think carefully. Why are you here?
It's a good question. It's get me out of Kamala.
These letters we found have answered a great deal.
Sorry. Get me out of the
But
panopticon.
there's still something that isn't clear.
What is that, Vertin?
Mr. Aleph, what exactly did the Manus promise Dr. Dorez?
An era. A chance for her to remember her duty.
An era? You helped her leave the panopticon in the end. Where did she go?
Momentarily roused from his dream, the prisoner looks blankly for a moment before his gaze drifts back towards the distant illusion.
Southward. There, on the No Man's continent, Manus Vindictae is preparing to recreate the parable of the past and future. A glorious past and a glimmering future belonging to Arcanus.
They never let us forget that's
Dr. Dorez
their mission.
is deeply connected to this particular parable.
So they're using her or what?
What exactly are the Manus planning to do in Antarctica? And why would Dr. Dorez go there voluntarily?
I guess because they promised her something? Information revealed stirs unease in the hearts of the investigators from the Foundation.
Mr. Aleph, when did Dr. Dorez depart?
It was a day when both the clouds and sun were visible.
A sunny day?
A day when both the clouds and sun were visible. Could you be more specific?
Right. Come on now.
Specific? You mean the time of day?
No, I mean like what day on the calendar? His mind long ago lost any sense of time. A necessary exchange to make room for the infinite cosmos of words. He once again finds himself without an answer.
When both clouds and the sun were visible. Hey, Vertin, I think I know.
Okay.
It was 3 days ago. Then Dr. Dorez wasn't going to Comala on the day I met her. She was leaving. She was headed to Antarctica.
Oh.
It was cloudy that afternoon, with a brief spell of sunshine, just like Aleph described.
Then it hasn't been long since she left. Excellent news.
3 days. She can make a lot of headway in 3 days.
3 days. If we set off immediately, we might still catch up to her.
If we run.
But, based on the intel we gathered in Ushuaia, Manus Vindictae bombed the entire port 3 days ago.
On purpose, clearly.
Clearly, they wanted to prevent any interference from the Foundation. It's unlikely we'll find any functioning ships there.
They really do not like the Foundation.
I'll report the situation to the Buenos Aires branch. Timekeeper, I'm afraid we'll have to find another way to get there.
I have a boat.
Oh. What do you want in return? A small boat gifted by Manus. They were like, so you need to meet us here in like 4 days' time. Okay. During the past several storms, he has taken this boat, traveling to Antarctica at Manus Vindictae's invitation to evade the reversion.
Could you lend it to us? The situation's urgent, Mr.
We
Aleph.
promise we'll bring it back. Bring it back. They gave you a big boat. Beneath a decrypted lighthouse, a battered light boat bobs in sync with the waves. It is small and fragile, not the kind that seems capable of braving an icy sea.
This boat will automatically take you to McMurdo Port, the landing point Manus Vindictae established by the shores of the Ross Sea.
Senato's eyes the boat with skepticism, rightfully dispersing this advisor of Manus Vindictae. Distrusting. Did I read that? Dispersing?
This looks like Manus technology. Its arcane energy source is highly unstable.
Their favorite.
Timekeeper, I suggest we wait for support in Ushuaia.
She said, I ain't riding this. I'm sorry, Vertin. Heck nah.
I don't usually agree with Soneto, but I have to admit, I don't have much confidence that a boat this small can actually make it to Antarctica.
He said he'd been there back and forth already, though.
Mr. Aleph, do you know anything about Manus Vindictae's ritual? How far has it progressed?
The ritual could begin at any moment. I believe that's why they left Kamala. Upon departure, one of their members,
He said,
a
how
woman
long
named
till we could
Grace,
get a
told me they
foundation
would
boat?
seal off the sea.
Are we too late?
They said, I am not riding that.
If you wish to find Doris, you must follow
Burton
the
can
same
swim
path
us
she
in the
took.
suitcase. The distant drone of the raging waves fills the background like a repeating omen.
I see. Mr. Aleph, members of the Foundation branch will arrive soon to evaluate your condition.
Mentally.
I hope you'll answer their questions with the same patience you showed us. Thank you. Soneto, let's go.
We'll come back to collect you for the suitcase.
Yes, timekeeper.
Psych, you're already in it. As always, Soneto keeps any mission irrelevant queries to herself. The girls preparing to set sail turn to the young rider beside them.
Thank you for your assistance too, Recoleta. Perhaps you'll consider joining the
suitcase. Psych, she's already in it. A thunderous crash echoes from behind them, the sound of a collapsing building.
What was that? It came from the Panopticon.
Probably is the Panopticon. I would feel as though. We were actually gonna ride that actual boat. Yep. Looks about right. Blazing flames reflect in their eyes, just like the name of the island might suggest. A winter night stands sentinel over a great oh my gosh, stop it with these big words. As every brick of Kamala prison crumbles and falls. I know they're having a blast in there. This is the final salon.
With Aleph's control gone, Kamala is collapsing. The inmates aren't even real criminals, are they? And they're still in there with no clue that they're no longer being watched from the central tower. We have to go tell them.
Really kept
we have
them
to get
check.
them to safety.
Yes, we should help them get out. At least until support arrives. But the Manus ritual.
The battered boat sways within their sight.
Don't worry. I'll go alone.
Huh?
You should hurry. When this is all over, I'll write to you, my dear friend.
Aww.
During this journey together, our teamwork has been impeccable. So, you can trust me to do this.
Alright.
I'm not doing it just to help you or the organization.
The way
you
they
represent.
said, Alf, you got a psych
the
evaluation for
inmates are
you,
my
low-key. They said, Alf, be prepared for a psych evaluation, because...
Okay. I trust you. Take care of yourself, Recoleta.
But if the story
to the rehabilitation
truly is
department.
as Dr. Merlin said,
Is that what they call it in the
Miss
Foundation?
Recoleta, you...
Soneto, more familiar than anyone with the Foundation's exhaustive regulations, has no ready answer. She knows that, in this era, before those arcanists who remain ignorant to the truth, she must watch her words.
I don't quite understand what this storm is all about. But don't worry. A brand new adventure is the best thing that can happen to a writer.
Oh, she said, let me just get reversed.
And I doubt it'll
That's
surpass
fine.
the
No
epic
big deal.
adventures we've shared over the past couple of days. I'm going to write everything, including the two of you, into my new novel.
Then I'd like to be the first to read this new novel, if that's alright.
Of course. Listen, I believe literature is like an
Ugly, we did
endless,
scoop her up.
timeless river.
She's in that suitcase.
So we'll meet again someday, somewhere. Probably in someone else's story. Who knows?
She takes one last look at her new friends, feeling a longing as if they had known each other for decades. Then, without a backwards glance, the girl sprints back to the burning ruins of the prison.
Adios, mis queridos amigos.
Farewell, my cherished friends. Oh. Alright. Tavia just chilling. Oh, is that the artwork? Medicine. Regoletta girl, I think you have your work cut out for you. I don't. You have your work cut out for you. The way that thing is freaky. We did not forget you all are mentally ill. So, good luck, Regoletta. They burned all the medicine and stuff. So. The way Manish just completely stopped funding that place. All the visitors departed one after another. Amid the distant echoes of singing, the creator of this prison stares into the fire as it burns. The moment holds for a time, unable to breathe, until a breathless jaguar appears at the dock's edge, staring at the human before her with uncertainty.
Dr. Merlin, you're Dr. Merlin, right? I finally found you.
The way...
What on earth happened in the central tower? Right after I left, the whole panopticon started collapsing. The tower's in ruin.
The way, like, someone
I've been looking for you everywhere. Please, sir, come with me. It is insane.
That won't be necessary. The snow is still falling, yet everything in the labyrinth has already gone up in flames. Fortune, fate, karma. They're nothing but a ridiculous joke. It's over, Jaguar. You have lost your memories,
Jaguar.
Your identity, your name, and now your title. You are no longer a jailer trapped in the panopticon.
I don't get it, Dr. Merlin. What are you talking about?
Right. The jailer takes a step back, her predator instinct sensing the danger in the words to come. The damage may not be physical, but it threatens to shatter what little fate she has left to hold on to, and the life she has always known.
I'm going back to Kamala. Order must be maintained. The prisoners mustn't be allowed to escape.
Oh.
Please take care, Dr. Merlin.
Who is she? Also, where... Girl, you better help get them out. Also, they're not even prisoners. They didn't even do anything. Nerves torn between panic and hesitation, the jailer at last turns towards the searing flames.
Hey, you! Don't run off like that. It's dangerous.
No one heeds her cries. One prisoner after another flees in terror, escaping the crumbling labyrinth.
In deserts, in stars, in labyrinths.
We dream on death's straw pillow.
The jailer drifts through the raging sea, unable to steer a sensible course. At last, she pins down a frail and powerless prisoner beneath her weight.
Stop! Get off me! Let me go! Are you blind? The panopticon is falling apart!
It's you, Roberta.
The jailer recognizes the prisoner under her grip. Roberta, a kind and quiet prisoner, had always well behaved, now panicked and desperate to escape.
They are all mad! I knew it! They've been insane from the start!
The way she's like, I knew I was the only normal one in there.
The whole place is burning to the ground and they still won't leave. They're still talking and talking about things that no one cares about. I can't help them. I never understood what they were talking about. The rhythms, the factions, the ideologies. Yes, the people were nice. The idealists too, but I've had enough of this prison. I've had enough of the panopticon.
Dang, she was like the only normal one in there. That's so real. She collapses on the ground sobbing.
I never should have been traumatized. It was all meaningless from the beginning. I want to leave this place. Go to Spain or France. Anywhere but here.
No wonder. I was always like, girl, what did you do to be a prisoner? You seem like so chill. The jaguar releases her grip without a backward glance. Roberta leaves. Yeah, let her get out. All these people are kidnapped. The chiller steps back into the circular structure she knows as her only home. Like, some of them are probably long lost enough to just decide to stay in there and dance and have fun. But like the ones who still got it a little escaped and ran away. I'm surprised Ophelia gave me as like the mentally under the night sky she sees Camilla prison glowing like a brilliant bonfire. She seemed pretty mentally stable. I'm surprised she decided to stay and stuff.
But how does literature make you feel?
As though I'm a kid looking through a kaleidoscope for the first time. Well, maybe that's not the best way to put it. Perhaps something a little more subtle.
The young writer drowns in the vortex of words as the blind woman walks away. She walks silently towards Kamala Prison, arriving at the dock hidden between cliffs and reefs. There, the prisoner who answers all questions awaits her arrival.
A ship, sailing to an unfamiliar land. A parable of the past and future. An era that once existed and is yet to come. Is this the answer you've provided, Mr. Aleph?
No, Erd. You will have to find this answer yourself. No one can help you with this. No one.
I see. Thank you,
This is when she
Mr.
was
Aleph.
leaving. Oh, whoops. I will remember what you've told me. Me skipping that by accident. I love this picture. So one platonic year. So the platonic year, what the frick is my reading? Whirls out, new right and wrong. Whirls in the old instead. All men are dancers and their thread. Like, this is so pretty. Goes to the barbarous clangor of a gong. Oh. 1919. Like, this picture is so pretty. Adding to my new collection of wallpapers. Alright. Actually, I'm gonna save my thoughts for a stream. But thank you guys for watching the last episode of Verse 1999 2.6. Yeah, let me know your thoughts in the description below. I thought this one was okay. You know, I would say it was one of my favorites, mostly because I didn't really understand it, but I liked it. It was a little fun moment. So yeah, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Check out my sister's channel. She just posted an art tutorial. So if you're into art, make sure to check that out. It's in the description below, as well as Reverse 1999 keychains. Also, check out the Discord, which is also in the description below. We have a lot of cool Reverse 1999 people in there. Make sure to check out my Twitter and my TikTok and maybe even my Instagram. And look out for the next Reverse 1999 interview, which is coming out soon. And I do want to say that's probably going to be my last one for a little bit. I need to take a little break because I have a lot going on in my current life right now, which is why I've been uploading very slowly. And hopefully, I'm determined this patch for realsies to post more. But I could just figure stuff out. So yeah, that is it. I will see you guys in the next video. Reverse 1999 video. Check out.